Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at bostonwrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, can you believe March is finally here? My dear Lord, if we had baseball going right now, spring training would be in full force. We'd be thinking spring and spring. Which technically kicks off on the 21st, 3 weeks from today. Welcome you to another Wrestling Insiders Marathon. This one, instead of our ECW-themed ones we've had a few times, is going to be a direct tribute to our late friend, New Jack of the Gangsters. Back in May, New Jack was with us for a day. We taped 6 great episodes of content about his life, his career, his time in the USWA, Smoky Mountain, ECW, and then we had planned for him to come back for 2 days in June, and unfortunately we know what happened. 6 days after his taping with us in May, he unfortunately, tragically passed away, leaving his wife Jennifer, his children, his stepchildren, who he thought the world of and spoke so highly of when he was here with us. So if Jennifer is listening, we send out a hello. We hope things are getting a little better as much as they can in circumstances like this. I know we could have created some real magic with New Jack. We had so much fun when he was here. It bothers me. It really does. It really bothers me. It hurts anytime we lose a member of the Brotherhood. But anytime it's someone we know and worked with directly, especially someone just, again, not even a week before, it pulls on the strings of your heart. I remember thinking my cell phone was broken at the first Red Sox game I'd been to since 2020 because of coronavirus. Shutting Fenway Park down last season, just it kept buzzing and buzzing and buzzing. And I got annoyed, and I ripped it out of my pocket, and I looked, and it was just text after text after text, and link after link after link, and man, that was a tough one. So we're going to have a tribute today where we remember New Jack when he was full of life, full of fun, and we did have a lot of fun that day. But before we get there, folks, I know these marathons have been fun to a lot of you guys. I'd like to do more and more of them, even though they are time-consuming to put together. That's why the Super Chat button is open. You can make a donation of $1 to $1,000 to $1 million if you want to keep professional wrestling legends working and more coming into the studio. Your help is always appreciated. It goes a heck of a long way. It's what's going to bring us Season 2 of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty Jannetty. But Tuesday had become, with the series I wanted to become, Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Something where we look back at the people, the personas that brought Philadelphia to life, and then an entire Northeast region to life, and then an entire country to life. If the internet was around, social media was around, YouTube was around in the days of ECW, can you imagine the possibilities? Dear Lord. So I had wanted to do an ECW theme series for some time. After New Jack passed, Just Incredible lives in Connecticut. It's great. No airfare, no hotel, no having to worry about someone getting back and forth locally. He just drive up himself. And the first time he was here, he was absolutely fantastic. We booked him for our Back to the 90s reunion as Aldo Montoya, November 13th, our 20th anniversary live event. He was absolutely fantastic. Then we had him booked to come back in December. Get the text message, I need a little help financially to get up. Fine, send him some money, PayPal. And there's all kinds of traffic. We have studio help that graciously is here. I believe it was my buddy Jackie the Joke Man and the professor himself, Mike Minor, were here waiting to help. And it was just too much for him, and it got too late, so we just said, why don't we try it next week, where he had the time open. The following Sunday, we had the crew back at the studio. Sent a photo of his car all banged up, supposedly in an accident, all damaged. He needed more money, and he would do it the following week. Reluctantly sent him more money. Then he blocked our text messages, which really pissed me the fuck off, to be honest. And I like Justin. He's a good guy. What is going on in his head? I have no idea. But he didn't just fuck me over. He didn't just fuck the crew over that's here to try and help. He fucked you guys over, because you guys are enjoying the series, enjoying the shows, wanting to learn more about ECW, what made it tick. Well, you're learning, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if it was the proverbial sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle that did him in. I know we've heard from a lot of fans that have had issues with these book and mask combos he put together. We have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do with his book. All I know is that we paid the man money in good faith twice to come to this studio to share his stories and experiences with you guys, to give him a platform to promote his book and his masks and his t-shirts and his merchandise, to continue to keep his name out there on a weekly basis. And he basically fucked it for next to nothing, and I don't understand that. So where he started to ignore the text messages, I said, you know what? We have 50th plus thousand followers on Twitter. We follow each other. So I started to send him messages on Twitter, and he ignored a couple, and then he said, I've been trying to get a hold of you. Well, when? If you've blocked the cell phone number from being able to communicate with you, it makes communication pretty difficult. I don't have his email. It was text or social media. He's ignored Facebook messages, ignored Twitter messages. I don't get it. Why get a bad name for yourself out there when it's a great form of income? Why disappoint the fans? Why let down people who book you in good faith just to do a simple routine? Show up, talk, get paid, go home, all on the same day. Why fuck that up? I'm talking extreme now. And again, this is someone I like. I think he's a good guy. I think he means well. I just don't understand. I'm not going to throw accusations out there, but you know how professional wrestling works. We have Dr. David Reese at our disposal, who's now the director of the mental health program for AEW. He's our figurehead president in Boston Wrestling Sports. So, we have resources for the man beyond booking him. And he just pissed on it. And I'm pissed off about it. Anytime you guys are let down, I'm pissed off. Because if it's not for professional wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling. And when these wrestling superstars lose sight of that, it pisses me the fuck off. And I know this is kind of a lousy way to present a New Jack tribute, but I have a feeling he'd get a kick out of it the way we interacted back in May. But just do the right thing as a human being. God, stop trying to hustle people and fuck people and work people. If you make an agreement, live up to your fucking word. It's just like the situation with Jake Roberts, and it pisses me the fuck off for the amount of time we put in at this studio, personally, 7 days a week, battling CRPS like I do in a lot of physical pain to try and get the job done to prevent fans with quality content. And I believe Justin can provide you with quality content, which is why I've held off on this long, trying to let you guys know why we haven't had these Wrestling Insider Extreme episodes. I'm going to continue to reach out to Justin on social media, try and get some kind of an answer out of him, but at this point I have reached out to other folk that were a part of the ECW family, and maybe we might have to go in that direction. But I just think it's a real shame where Justin's pissing on a good opportunity for himself and for us, and I don't like the fact that he wasted the staff's time that puts in a lot of hours, that go out of their way again to try and help bring the magic to life for great wrestling fans around the corner and around the world. So, again, Justin, if you hear this, PJ, would love to talk to you, would love to have you back to the studio. I think an apology is in order towards a few people. Myself, the crew, and the fans. With that said, fans, we're getting excited about our Back to the 80s celebration. Live wrestling autograph photo fan fest Saturday night, April the 16th, from the historic Memorial Hall here in Melrose, Massachusetts. Just 46 days away now. My God, 6.5 weeks. The amount of work we have to put in to get that event ready, but we have Hacksaw Jim Duggan, a man who just had cancer surgery, able to show up. A man that just had cancer surgery is going to be here. Unlike the Justin Credibles and the Jake Roberts of the world, who just piss on opportunities. Going to have Axe and Smash Demolition with us. To me, the greatest tag team in WWF history. You never know where they come. The Masked Superstar and Repo Man may be. Going to have WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton. The wild and unpredictable Berzerker is going to be part of the crew. Last night we announced that the massive Warlord is going to be with us, which is really cool, along with evil referee turned wrestler turned back referee, Dangerous Danny Davis. What a lineup of 8 VIP featured superstars. We're going to have special guests. John Cena Sr. is going to be there. Oscar of Men on a Mission, our vice president, is going to try and be there with us. And then along with the festivities, you're talking about, for the VIPs, you get an exclusive Q&A session. The VIPs get the exclusive group photo. And then once the doors open to all fans, you get the autograph photo fan fest, where you can meet and greet any or all of the superstars you want before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light the ring on fire for a hot night of professional wrestling action. That is what it's all about. Not having Jake Roberts sabotage fans' experience. Not having Justin Credible sabotage fans' experience. That's what it's all about. And as John Cena Sr. and I have promised you, because David Reese, he's busy with his AEW work, he has asked John Cena Sr. and I to work together to give fans the best experience humanly possible. If you keep buying those VIP packages, you keep buying those tickets, we're going to give you more than 8 80s superstars and legends. Hall of Famers. Could be 9, it could be 10, it could be 11. If you guys can help us fill the place in advance, we will give you more. You guys are part of the family. You know what? I think fans, sometimes they're unappreciated by certain people and certain promotions. That is not us. If you take care of us, we'll take great care of you. And with that said, let's go back in time from earlier this spring, last spring I should say, when New Jack and I got together to try and create some video magic. Let's get extreme. Let's remember the late, great Jerome Young. Wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders, our new series, Wrestling Insiders Extreme, where we look at the world of ECW and beyond with some of the superstars that created the mayhem that you loved in the glory days of the 1990s. So happy to be joined by a man. He has a very interesting reputation around the world of professional wrestling. We call him New Jack. Jack,
Yes.
a pleasure to have you, brother.
What's up, man?
I'm telling you, you know, there were a lot of people that maybe second-guessed my choice at having you here with us, but as I noted on the program we did with a man whose name will come up shortly, when we had you work a live event for us back in 2002, pleasure to work with. Easy.
Right.
I don't want to ruin your reputation. But
Of course not.
we're going to be having a lot of fun, folks. This man has had a career well beyond outside the auspices of ECW, but what we like to do is with each new guest, just kind of catch up. What is going on in the world of New Jack? Right now in 2021, the world is absolutely insane with coronavirus. It changes no matter what state you go to, it seems. What's been happening with you over the past 12, 13 months or so?
I just been laying at the house chilling. I go and do appearances sometimes, sign autographs, take pictures. But other than that, I'm at home.
And it hasn't, you mentioned in the car on the way here, you've been staying, had a pretty active schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what do you attribute that to? There have been a lot of people that have been, and I don't want to name names, but they've been absolutely dead the past 13, 14 months as far as being able to get bookings go. Why have you stayed so hot?
I'm worth money.
Well, we're going to see. And now, how has this bad boy been going? I haven't had a chance to read this yet. I'm excited to read it. I've heard great things about it.
It's selling good. It's doing good.
It's selling good.
Every time somebody asks me a question, I tell them, buy the book.
Well, that'll make for an interesting interview then. Every time I ask you a question, you say, buy the book.
Buy the book. It's in the goddamn book. Buy the book.
Now, did you write this yourself? Did you have a ghostwriter?
I had a ghostwriter.
You had a ghostwriter help?
Yeah.
Is it available, I imagine, on Amazon? Is it available other places as well?
You can buy it on my website.
And what is the website?
TheOnlyNewJack.com.
TheOnlyNewJack.com.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with those fake ones.
No.
Well, I'm anxious to check it out. As you can tell, we like wrestling books here at the studio. Again, great to have you here. The folks have asked for you. They've wanted you. It's a little bit different than what we usually do. The insanity we have with Marty Jannetty on Thursday night is a sight to behold. Oscar from Men on a Mission, the rapper, he certainly added some interesting insight to mid-90s.
He's still around?
He's with us every Monday night.
Is he?
Every Monday night, baby.
Tell him I said what's up.
We'll tell him on the next episode. He's a
like
good
him.
egg. He's a good egg.
Yeah.
Wednesday night we have what we call Special Edition, where we have rotating guests. Recently we had Father James Mitchell with us, TJP, Demolition Smash, the list goes on. And then every Friday night we have a man I don't want to say surprised, was such a huge fan of yours, but I really didn't expect it. The pop that he gave when I told him you were coming, John Cena Sr. Do you remember where you might have met him?
No.
No, it had to have been at one of those Fanfest type events.
Yeah, it had to have been.
He was really excited that you were coming to join the team and test the waters out with us on the show. So,
Good.
you know, when everybody gets along, it's a great thing, but then we have the gaping hole that is Tuesday night, which was what we called the Tuesday Nights with Tony, Wrestling Insiders at your house.
Fuck that nigga, man.
And then there's that. Mr. USA Tony Atlas, my longtime friend going back to 1993 when I met him as a 13-year-old freshman in high school working for Tony Rumble, took his stimulus check, bought a little $200 Chromebook computer, and thinks he's going to be a millionaire up in Maine with it now, doing the show himself. Bullshitting people after claiming for years I helped him pay his mortgage many months, claiming he was only getting $55 every time he came here.
That's embarrassing.
Spending $90 on a rent-a-car. Now, my thing is, it is complete and utter bullshit, but even if it was true, why on earth would you ever admit that and look that foolish to any person that read it?
That bootlicking ass nigga can kiss my ass. I ain't got shit good to say about Tony Atlas. Tony Atlas don't mean shit. If you have you ever seen a kid dressed up as Saba Simba?
No.
Have you?
No.
Okay. Tony Atlas goes back to when I was a kid. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden he left WCW, NWA, whatever the fuck, and became went to events and let them dress him up as a motherfucking spear chucking, bootlick kissing ass nigga called him Saba Simba. You know what I mean? And I ain't got no respect for that motherfucker, none whatsoever. Tony Atlas can suck a dick.
I didn't know that there was this heat. I knew nothing about it. The fans said, why aren't you talking to Tony about New Jack? Why aren't you talking to Tony about New Jack? So I said, you know what? we're going to talk to Tony about New Jack, where he was with us at that point weekly every Tuesday night. And it was a very odd response from him. He was odd on the show. I think you said you've actually seen it.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I think he was kind of angry with me that I didn't side with him. But I can only give an honest assessment. When we had you on our event, you were very easy to work with. And I don't know if he wanted me to say negative things. I could only go by my experience with you the first go-around.
Right.
So how did it all begin? I mean, Tony, on the program, as you watched, said there was a confrontation. I don't know if it was at a Fanfest or an independent wrestling show. Or what happened, Jack?
I did a shoot one time, and I talked about Tony Atlas, where they were talking about Bruiser Bedlam. Bruiser Brody.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I said some shit about him, and he came to the show, the autograph signing, and he asked me about it. And I said, yeah, I said it. I said, I always talk about people. I talk about my mama. I don't give a fuck. I talk about people all the time. You know what I mean? So he asked me about it, and I told him. So then he was like, well, young brother, you just need to be cool. And I'm like, man, fuck you. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck you. I said, I ain't got to be cool shit. I said, you ain't nothing to me. You ain't nothing. He ain't shit. That nigga ain't shit. Ray Candy told me there was 2 people, black people, in this business not to fuck with. Abdul the Butcher and Tony Atlas. He said ain't neither one of them worth about shit. You know what I mean? So I treated him just like he came to me and was talking that silly ass shit. I was like, dude, I don't give a fuck about you. You know what I mean? Never. I got fans that got tattoos of me on their body. The girlfriends got tattoos of me on their fucking ass and on their titties and all kind of shit. You ever seen a Tony Atlas tattoo? Fuck no.
I haven't seen too many Mr. USA tattoos, but where is it that this comes from? Was it that you're, I guess Ray Candy maybe would be best described as a mentor and a trainer towards you? Was it just his opinion towards Tony that influenced you, or was it Saba Simba that turned you off to him, or were there other personal interactions?
Mark Henry was on Vlad TV, and he said that Vince wanted him to be the silverback gorilla. And he was like, I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? He had a choice. And he didn't do it, and he stuck around for a long time.
Sure did.
Tony Atlas comes up from Mr. USA, my dick, Tony Atlas, and then all of a sudden, he's Saba Simba. And he got a spear going to the ring. He ain't got no shoes on. He got a shield in his hand. And I'm like, what the fuck? That nigga set black people back 400 years in this business. And I ain't got no respect for him. I don't give a fuck about him. I swear to God, it ain't nothing that nigga can say to me. It ain't shit he can say to me.
I will play devil's advocate for 1 second. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the fact that Tony was homeless about a year before the Saba Simba creation happened. He was working for the ICW Savoldi family. They kind of went out of business. They stranded him up in Maine. He had nowhere to go. So he actually lived under a bench up in Maine until his now wife found him under the bench and brought him home and cleaned him up. So you're talking about a man that was desperate for work. Apparently, according to Tony at least, Ole Anderson had come up with an idea where they were going to dye his hair gray, and he was going to do a confrontation with Ric Flair down in the NWA, and they were going to have a little program. Apparently, Mario Savoldi, or one of the Savoldi family members, found out about that since they were tight with the WWF, went and told Vince. Vince brought him in right around the same time as Undertaker, and that's how Saba Simba came to be. Now, can you fault them? I know you don't think much of what he did, but can you fault the man for trying to get any work he could get where a year before he was living under a park bench in Maine?
Like I said, he set black people back 400 years. You know what I mean? Because they don't do that shit to white people in this business. They don't do it. You know what I mean? They don't do it.
They don't dress them up like they're coming off the Mayflower.
Right. With a whip in their hand.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when they gave that shit to Tony Atlas, as big as his name was back in the day, and all of a sudden he comes to the ring now dancing and shucking and jiving and spear chucking and got his goddamn shield up in the air. And I'm like, who is this nigga? And I ain't had no respect for him since that. You know what I mean? I ain't had no respect for him, none. And I was just like, this motherfucker need to be shot. You know, he can talk about me all day long, but it don't mean shit because I'm gonna talk shit back. You know what I mean? I'm the biggest shit talker in this motherfucking business. I'm gonna talk shit back. And I ain't scared of no goddamn body. Nobody.
So his amateur background certainly isn't something that worries you, I guess, at this point.
Well, he wasn't amateur then. I mean, he was fucking WCW, WWE and WWF, whatever the fuck. But like I said, what he did is the whole South Assembly thing. It's bad enough for black people today in this business. You know what I mean? We still getting the goddamn bullshit gimmicks to this day.
Right.
They got them coming out eating cereal and dancing and shucking and jiving and yo baby, yo, and all that bullshit. And then for this nigga to come up and come out as a motherfucking African, a Saba Simba, he's a simple motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about him. Please show him this.
Oh, he'll see it.
Please show it to him.
If it was not for Saba Simba, would you have this issue with him?
No.
You respected his career to some extent before then? No?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we got the first time cue from John C. I think it's too bad. I think it's great when everybody gets along, but like I said, I have never seen Tony as awkward as he was after we taped that episode. As you probably saw, he threatened to get up and leave the studio. He didn't even, that's how little he wanted to talk about you. And
I watched a little bit of it. My wife was cracking the fuck up. You know what I mean? She was like, baby, you gotta see this. I said, I don't wanna see that shit. Because it was him.
Yeah.
He's a country backwood motherfucker. I mean, when he talks, well, yeah, Mr. Tony Atlas and Bruiser Brody's and all these other motherfuckers, and I'm the Tony Atlases, and I'm like, fuck that nigga. Fuck him.
You think he tries to cling to that story a little bit? Too much?
Have you ever just listened to him talk?
I've spent eons listening to him talk.
English wasn't one of his better subjects in school.
You're right.
You know what I mean?
I'll give you that one.
It wasn't one of his better subjects in school. You know, and then he sits around and he draws all these pictures and he make a little $20 for a picture he draw, and then he get copies ran off and he sells them, and they're of Vince McMahon and The Undertaker. Motherfucker, where are your skills at? You know what I mean? Where are your skills? These motherfuckers, they gave him that motherfucking Hall of Fame ring because he was a motherfucking charity case. You know what I mean? He didn't do shit. He was a goddamn charity case. Vince felt, the Hall of Fame is a work any goddamn way. You know what I mean? But he felt sorry for that nigga. And he gave him that bullshit. And he walks around with it. I'm surprised he ain't pawned it.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first to do that.
I know.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think that ring does mean an awful lot to him. I'll say that. He's had many big money offers for it, but he has yet to sell it. As far as his artwork goes, I mean, do you think he should stick to certain things? I know he has a nice one of Abraham Lincoln he's drawn and Adam and Eve, and so he tries to come up with some interesting subjects beyond current WWE superstars.
I walked by his table one day at a signing. And I just took a peek at what he was doing. And I was like, where did they find this nigga at? You know, I was like, seriously, where in the fuck did they find this nigga? He talked about Rocky Johnson like a dog. And Rocky Johnson came to that motherfucker's aid where he didn't have shit. I did my homework. You know what I mean? And he talks about all these, he talks about everybody. You know what I mean? When he started attacking me, after what when we was at that for the autograph signing, and he came up to me and he said something, and I said something back, and I was like, yeah, I talk about people all the time. I talk about my mama. I don't give a fuck. I talk about you. If I see something you're doing wrong, I'm gonna talk about it. And with him, that nigga don't mean nobody no good. He don't give a fuck about nobody. Nobody.
Well, we learned what happened here on this show that took very good care of him for 4 years, and then once he bought his $200 Chromebook, I don't know who typed the message that went on Facebook, whether it was him or his friend, but I've never seen such bullshit in my life for a man that, again, dozens of times said we helped pay his mortgage. Then all of a sudden the claim was, well, no, I was only making $55 every time I came down from Maine. You talk about a crock of shit. That's why as much as there's a part of me that genuinely cares about Tony as a human being, I have no problem letting someone unload on him now because I thought that was such a disrespectful thing. Even if he didn't type it and write it himself, he obviously knew about it because it was on his pewter, as he calls it.
Right.
His $200 pewter. I got my pewter. The money I'm gonna make off my ad on my pewter.
Yeah.
But I just mean, it was just like, fuck, this is a guy I went out of my way, that money I could have spent on taking my kids on a fucking vacation, and I'm gonna fucking help him out, and then he's gonna put on the internet, he was getting $55 every time he came here. Again, even if it was true, he sounds like a fucking idiot for coming out and saying it,
right?
Because he didn't do it just once, he didn't do it twice, he did it for 4 years. For $55 apparently each time, and that paid his mortgage. That's what aggravates me, because when I'm good to someone, I try and be good to everybody. When I was broken in, I was taught this is a quote-unquote brotherhood, and while everybody's always going to jockey for the best position to try and make the most money, you should always try and look after each other. And I've always believed that. I don't know if you're familiar with the Cauliflower Alley Club, but we do a lot of work with them. As far as trying to raise money for the vets and the old timers with medical bills, funerals sometimes, unfortunately. And you know, where I've known Tony so long and I felt so bad for his situation, his wife suffered a stroke back in 2019. She's been hospitalized ever since. He lost her income. Her Social Security check, other than $40, goes to the facility that she's at. Then coronavirus hit. He lost his full-time job as a personal trainer at the YMCA, and he lost the majority of his bookings. I went above and beyond to try and help the guy. And Tony, I know you're probably going to see a link to this, and it's nothing that I haven't said as you've ignored my text messages and my phone calls for the money that we're still trying to work out that you've been paid up front for things that haven't been done. That's a different story for a different time too. But you know, Tony, as a human being, it hurts. New Jack's opinion is New Jack's opinion, but I guess it was Saba Simba that set you over the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
No, fair enough. I can respect that. And I say this, I can't look at life through your eyes, obviously. It would be insulting to you for me to even try and do so. But I can understand the point of view where it would be insulting, where you say it took the race back several hundred years just by doing it and coming out and making a fool out of himself.
And it was for a payday, and I'm sure it was low. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it was low.
And he didn't even last 6 months.
But he was just happy to be with Mr. Vince McMahon. So I sure will lick your nuts, Mr. McMahon. Fuck you.
All right, wrestling fans, with that said, I got the time cue from John C. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Inside is Extreme with New Jack. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause Now, let's keep mighty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito Santana and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at bostonwrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Happy to be joined by New Jack, new friend of the show. Hopefully this is going to turn into a long-term proposition. I think you have so many stories, experiences, opinions. Yep. I think it's going to make for some captivating interviews. We're already talking about having Jack back in just a few weeks here at this humble abode, so I have high expectations for what we're going to do. You mentioned Tony and Rocky Johnson. Now, that set off a bell in my head. Tony had claimed many times on this show, and this is something I think, obviously, with your race, you can actually answer much better than I could. He said the only people that he ever suffered racism from in wrestling were other black wrestlers. Would you agree with that sentiment?
No.
No.
No. Because, dude, like I said, when I got in the business in '92, I had created my own gimmick. The whole Raiders gear, the high-tech booth, the fucking rap t-shirts and all that shit. I created it, and I stuck with it because Ray Candy told me, he said, if you stick with this, he said, you gonna make some money. All right? He said, you gonna make some money. But then he warned me of a few people. And it's more than just Tony Atlas and Abdullah, but those were the main two that he warned me about. He said, don't ever do business with those two motherfuckers. He said, don't ever. And I didn't know him personally at the time. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I met Abdullah, and he was like, I'll take you to Japan. You dress like me, and we'll be a tag team.
You mean as far as like those pants go?
Those pants and them goddamn boots. And he wanted me to dress like, I'm like, nigga, you done lost your mind.
He wanted you to reinvent yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As his little creation.
Sidekick.
Like, come on, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Did Ray Candy give you any reason why you should stay away from Tony?
Because he said he was bad news.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to say, from 1993 to 2011, he was a pretty good guy. 2021, he was a pretty good guy. I mean, for 28 years, we had really good interactions on a personal basis outside of this. But just what's gone on the past couple of months is just, he should be embarrassed as a human being, knowing how much I tried to do to help him pay his bills. And then to put complete and utter bullshit that whether he typed it, which I can't imagine he could type that long, or whoever it was that he has helping on his Facebook, on his pewter, he should be ashamed of himself. I couldn't imagine pissing on someone that helped me pay my bills during coronavirus and then say, fuck you, you paid me $55. His mortgage was $55 a month? Where the fuck is he living? You know what? Honestly, where is he living for $55 a payday that I'm paying the mortgage?
Right.
Honestly, that's what gets me. You know what? And you know what? Maybe a simple apology would do. You know, everybody can be moody. Everybody, you know, he's got some stressful times. If my wife was in the hospital going on 2 years now, it might fuck with my head. You know what I mean? That would hurt, especially now where he hasn't really been able to see her other than 2 or 3 times since the virus hit. But at the same time, you don't fuck your friends over and embarrass them and try and humiliate them. There are strangers that don't know me that obviously they're gonna want to side with the superstar wrestler that they love from TV. They don't know me as a human being and the things I've tried to do to help him. And I get that. I mean, I got a lot of nasty messages from fans, but I tell you this, I responded to each and every one of them with the facts, and I put a video out with the facts. So I just hope Tony does the right thing with the money that he was paid up front in advance to do the things he was supposed to do, which I'll leave at that without going into too many details. And I hope that someday, when he has a chance to sit back and reflect, when maybe life is a little more calm, and he realizes he's not going to make $1 million on Facebook on his pewter, that maybe he owes me an apology.
A pewter.
Now I gotta, that's how he says it, his pewter.
A pewter.
$200 pewter. That was his, thank you,
shit.
Joe Biden. That was his stimulus check. Now, another guy, he's never really had much to do with our organization, but I got to know him a bit when I worked for Tony Rumble's CWA, NWA New England. Abdullah the Butcher has been another one on your hit list. What is it about Abby? Was it just this Japan incident that you took issue with him?
Abdullah came to me one day, and he said, I'll take you to Japan, and I'll charge you 35% of your pay.
Who do you think he was, Moolah?
And the whole Ray Candy thing was right in my head, fresh in my head. I was like, no, bro, I don't want to go that bad. So then Paulie told me to ask him to come work me in ECW. He said, but tell him he got to do the job.
Abdullah would do the job?
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I told him, he was like, I can't do it. It'll fuck up my bookings in Japan. I said, ECW is in Philly. I said, how is it gonna fuck up your bookings in Japan? He was like, it just will. Then he started trying to say, I tried to copy his gimmick.
Was it the fork?
I guess. I mean, I used a fork one time. A fan brought it and gave it to me. I wasn't thinking about Abdullah. And I used it in a match. All of a sudden, it became big, and I started using it. And he was not in my head at the time I was doing it. But he said because of the fork, I tried to copy his style. Because of my gig bars, I'm trying to look like him.
How many people have those?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm just like, he said something one time. When I had asked him about having hepatitis, he said, no, I don't have that. I said, but you're being sued by a couple of people for testing positive with HC and then Hep C, and then you got them getting color and you using the same blade on them. I said, no, I would never work you. I think we did a three-way one time with me, him, and Sandman.
Oh, you did work him at one point?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
But when he got color, I powdered.
Really?
I left him and Sandman in the ring. I said, I want no part of that.
You know what? I don't know why the man hasn't come out, if he's clean, and said, here is my test. I'm 100% clean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where he's been attacked and vilified. I mean, I'll tell you this, if someone vilified me, like almost like my situation with, I've mentioned with Tony, over and over again, that I tested positive for Hep C as a result of working him because he was so cheap, and he was a cheap man, if nothing else.
Right.
Using the same blades on the same people over and over again. No, even if he is clean, that's disgusting.
Right.
But why wouldn't you come out and tell people, or just say, you know, here are my sheets. I have tested negative on May 8, 2021, or whatever the date may be. It would only help his cause, I think. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of people that want, not that he's very active right now at his age, but I think it would help his cause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have, but like I said, that's just him. He's a nasty motherfucker. And when he talked about me, I went back at him. I actually went down to his Chinese restaurant.
Did you?
In Atlanta. When I was living in Atlanta.
Okay.
I stopped by there. And I asked him, he was sitting out in the front in the chair. And I said, you got a problem with me? And he was like, no, champ, what you talking about? I said, I keep hearing shit. And if you got a problem with me, let's face this shit now. No, champ, we straight. Want something to eat? I said, no, I don't want that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was like, with that being said, I left that nigga alone. I left him alone. You might have saw it, but I did this little cartoon video, me and Aria video.
A cartoon?
Yeah.
Like an illustration?
It's a cartoon. It's called Little New Jack. And I'm talking about Abdullah. They actually got Tony Atlas sitting at the bar.
I have to see this.
You gotta see it. It is like the funniest shit I've ever done.
I have to see this.
Dude, that shit was funny as fuck. I thought it was. You know what I mean? But it was just like, that was my answer to Abdullah. You know, because I was like, I ain't never said nothing bad about that motherfucker up until that point.
So you heard that he made these comments on some kind of a shoot interview, or?
Somebody told me.
Someone told you, yeah.
They told me they read it. And then they showed it to me. And I read it. I was like, oh, he did say that. I said, I get it. But I went to his restaurant.
I love the fact that he had the balls just to show up at his restaurant. And that he was sitting out on the chair in front of it,
Yeah.
which it makes it even for a better story.
Yeah.
It's not like he was in the back. He was sitting out front with nowhere to go.
And I addressed the subject, you know what I mean?
Did he seem nervous when you showed up?
Yeah. When I got out the car, he was like, hey, champ.
Oh, so he recognized you immediately?
Yeah. He knew me. But I wasn't going to let that shit go, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, Abdullah ain't shit. He's another one. He ain't shit. He ain't never been shit, and he never will be shit. He gonna die a lonely ass old man. He ain't shit.
And you know, I think what you just said really registers. I don't think his end of life is going to be the best. I'm sure he saved, how cheap he was. I'm sure he saved almost every penny he ever made in Japan and other places he worked. But, you know, there's a community of people that dislike him a great deal because of what's gone down. And like I said, I think if it was me, I think you could resolve the issue pretty simple if you went to the doctor's office, had the test done, and had a piece of paper that says, I am negative, I am clean.
Right.
But that's just my opinion. I don't know. I thought he was all right, other than the fact was, I don't think I've ever seen anyone as cheap as him. I don't know if you ever had to deal with them in that way. You know, the thing is, I asked in my brain, if I'm one of these guys, why would you get in the ring with him if you, A, why would you get in the ring with him if you knew he had a dirty blade? B, why wouldn't you just fucking go and get your own? I know I would. I mean, I wouldn't want to risk that.
That motherfucker would cut people and them not even knowing they were getting ready to get color.
Really?
He would just do it.
He'd just do it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's away from our crazy bubble of professional wrestling. That's fucking assault.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go to jail for doing something like that.
But he did.
Imagine walking down the street and just gigging someone.
Somebody just killed me.
And I'll say this, to his credit, he was very, very skilled at it, the way he'd do it with the little moves with the hands and so on and so forth. And maybe it was easy for him to try and do it. But the fact that he'd do that, use the same, it's just filthy.
Yeah.
It's just a filthy human being to do that.
Yeah.
We've met some unsavory people in this crazy industry, if nothing else. You know, the one thing I'll give you credit for as we head into this timeout, I don't want to name the name, but maybe the most unsavory was of the female variety. But I don't even want to touch that one in more ways than one. In more ways than one. I tell you this.
If I guess, I bet I get it right.
Yes. From you to even a sweetheart like Deborah McMichael. Do you know Deborah?
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into it because it's a long story for a different time, but we had her come in And I said, you know, as much as John Cena Sr. loves to have the women in, I really started to shy away from them. And I explained the whole experience. And Deborah, being so sweet from down in Alabama, she went, does her first name begin with a T?
And the last name begin with an R? Yeah, you nasty bitch. We know, you know what we talking about.
Oh, imagine when we open the beverages, the fun we'll have. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with New Jack to wrap up the show. Oh, do I hate that.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s live wrestling and Fanfest celebration Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Inside is Extreme, a more adult-themed version of the show. Jack and I had a chance to reminisce about a certain individual that I detest. I don't know about him, but I'm sure that'll come up down the road. Again, as many longtime fans know, I've hinted at this, I don't even want to call her a woman several times, but the worst experience we've ever had, the only person that's ever held us up for money. That's going to make for maybe the mother of all episodes, the day that Jack and I share our experiences. But anyway, we had one more guest, a man, another one that isn't a great fan of yours. He was actually part of our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks a toy drive last year, Nasty Boy Brian Knobs. Now, where do the issues with Brian Knobs come from?
We did a show down in Florida. No, I came to the show because my buddy was running it, so he asked me to stop by. And I did. So I go in the dressing room, and Knobs is burying everybody. And these are young guys. I mean, they look up to us. Knobs is burying everybody, talking about their match, talking about how bad they were, they sucked. They couldn't get the fans to participate with them, what they was doing. They were just fucking terrible. I was like, God damn, that's kind of harsh. So I was texting somebody on my phone, and they had sent me a text back, and I started laughing at the text while Nas was sitting there giving his speech. So he looked at me, and he was like, New Jack, what you laughing at? You can't wrestle. I said, you talking to me? He was like, yeah, you can't wrestle. I took my pinky ring off. I laid my phone down. And I got up and walked over to him and hit him. One punch.
You hit him. Where'd you punch him?
In the face. One punch. He was laying on his back. And I jumped on him. I had on some Timberlands. I started kicking that motherfucker in the head. And every time he would try to pick him up, I'd knock him back down. So they broke it up. He went back to the bar, bleeding, shirt torn. A couple weeks later, I get this message from Bubba the Love Sponge. You know what that is?
Yeah, the radio host in Tampa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And somebody told me, they said, Jack, don't do that interview with Bubba. He said, him and Knobs and Hogan are like butt buddies. He said, if you do it, he's gonna try to embarrass the fuck out of you. Well, I said, he's not that far from where I live. So I got in my truck. And I drove down to the studio.
To Bubba the Love Sponge studio?
Yeah.
Okay.
I called him out up the street at Waffle House. He got on the phone and said, what's up, Jack? You ready? I said, yeah. I said, open the front door. He was like, what are you talking about? I said, I'm right around the corner, open the front door. I pulled up. Bubba looked like he saw a goddamn ghost. And at first he tried to turn heel. He tried to go heel on me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at first he did.
How so?
He said something, he tried to call me a bitch. And
Bubba the Love Sponge?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
I looked at him, I said, Bubba, I will kick your fat ass all around this goddamn studio. And I had a knife in my pocket. And he saw it. I act like the knife fell out my pocket. But I actually pulled it out and let it hit the floor.
Just so we knew.
Yeah. So then he's like, oh, we got New Jack in the studio and we want to hear his side of the story, what happened to him and Knobs. So he was supposed to call Knobs, and Knobs was supposed to be on the radio with him on the phone and me in the studio. But once Knobs heard I was there, he wouldn't answer the phone.
He wouldn't even answer the phone?
No.
Really?
So Bubba was like, well, we're trying to get Brian Knobs on the phone, but we can't get him on the phone. And he tried to call him like 30 times, and he would never answer the phone. But then, like any other kind of fucking pussy, he goes on the internet and starts cutting promos. He called me nigga.
He used the word?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And
I don't like that.
he was just going, just going, just having a ball. I showed up at a signing, and it was him and his partner. And I walked in. He said, Jack, we all right?
Knob said
you.
this? Knob said that to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, we all right? I said, fuck you. And his partner was like, I don't even know his fucking name, whatever.
Jerry Sag.
Yeah. He was like, leave him alone. He said, just leave him the fuck alone.
He said that to you or Knobs?
To Knobs.
Oh, to Knobs, okay.
He said it to Knobs. He sat back, he was like, I don't have no problem.
Jerry's an easy guy to get along with.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. But that's what happened.
What is the background to this grotesque picture that I have seen? Where
You saw that?
It's like, you know what it reminds me of? You know when a kid goes down a water slide and they come out the hole at the end? A kid could have gone in Brian Knobs' mouth and come out that fucking hole like it was a water slide.
He called himself being funny. He was trying to tell me to kiss his ass.
That wasn't an ass.
That motherfucker's butthole was this big.
It was, oh my God, it looked like a woman after she gave birth. It
Yeah.
was awful. Awful.
I took that picture and put it up on Facebook as my profile picture. And then I shared it.
Uh-huh.
And everybody was getting that picture. He called me. He was like, New Jack, brother, what's going on? I said, who's this? Brian Knobs. I said, what the fuck you want? He said, that picture. I said, you shouldn't have sent it to me. I said, what the fuck did you think I was gonna do with that picture? Frame it?
You've got some very interesting pictures in that phone. Imagine if smartphones existed during the ECW era, my God.
Yeah.
You'd need they wouldn't have enough storage on
Oh,
the phone
boy.
for the one you'd need.
I know.
So was that the end of it after that phone call? Or
I never heard anything else from him.
after he sent you that picture? Now, did he tell you on the phone why he sent you a picture of this grotesque asshole?
No, he just asked me why was I posting it. Because it was on Twitter, it was on Facebook.
was everywhere.
It was
everywhere.
I put it everywhere.
It was just like the one of Casper the Friendly Ghost bleeding. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you certainly get your revenge on getting, I mean, I could not imagine getting a picture of an ass that looked like that sent to my phone.
Yeah.
And I think it was just desserts that you said, you know what, fuck him. He's gonna
I saw that picture, I was like,
It looked inhuman.
God damn.
It was like a horror movie.
And something was like, go to Facebook. And I went straight to Facebook and put that as my profile picture. They banned me from Facebook for 30 days.
I was just going to say that. I'm surprised Facebook didn't suspend you.
They did for 30 days. But I swear to God, I posted that picture. I did it. If he send me another one, I'll do it again. If she send me some more, I'll do it again.
I respect you for the fact that, you know what? You don't let people fuck with you. And if they do, fuck them right back. Honestly, I do. And, you know, that's probably the biggest problem that John Cena Sr. and I have, where he tries to get me to see the light. And I respect, and I love John Cena Sr. for that. He's a good, decent human being. But in this business, we come across so many unsavory individuals,
Right.
scum, if you will. Sometimes they need that fuck you back at them. And you are very, very good. You are very good at giving them the old fuck you. And
I know.
that's why I think this series is going to be so much fun and we're going to have so many laughs. Again, it is not meant for children and most women. Again, we leave it at your discretion. We'll put up a disclaimer at the front of the show. But three individuals, unique individuals, Tony, Abdullah, and Brian Knobs, issues with all of them. If you had to interact with one of them, which one do you think you could tolerate the most?
Neither one.
None of them.
Neither one. I hate all of them.
When you pop into them at Fanfest type things, or even independent shows nowadays, do you bother with
I don't
them?
say that. I just walk by.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the easiest way.
You know what I mean?
But
Tony was on one with me in Tampa when y'all was down there.
oh, you guys were on one of the same things?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know
we
that.
were sitting like 3 people apart.
Uh-huh.
And I got him walk by. And I kind of looked at him and just shook my head. I went to the bathroom. And Terry, oops.
Oh, that gutter pig was there too?
She was sitting about 2 people from him.
Yeah, she was probably in the bathroom stalls trying to see who hadn't showered in a week. Oh. Oh.
Oops.
Yeah. Whoops.
Sorry, bitch.
So you had that and Tony were both at this event? Yeah. And did you speak to Tony? You just walked by?
I ain't say shit to him.
No. Now, he told me, and I don't know if this was true or not, but I don't know if I mentioned it. During the interview we did with him, he said, eliminate me from your shtick. Did he ever say that to you? When you did have that confrontation?
No, he didn't.
Just wanted to set the record straight.
He never said that. And if he said it, he's a goddamn lie. He did not say that.
And you know what's funny? Up until about 2 months ago, I probably would have taken his word. But now I don't because of the bullshit that went on with me and him. And again, it's a shame that it happened because all I have ever honestly wanted to do is help give him some work, get him some bookings, unlike those, the super agents of the world in independent wrestling. Every booking I ever set up for him, I never took one fucking penny. Unlike, and most of them try and get 15, 20% or whatever. Another unappreciated fucking gift that I gave him for my time trying to set them up for him and it's just sad. I don't want to get mad and shoot on him too much, but you know what? Sometimes when you're an asshole, you deserve it. And you are the master of putting people in their place when they become that asshole.
I sure will.
All right, wrestling fans, this is just episode 1. Think of the fun and the laughs we've had. If you are easily offended, I apologize.
You ain't seen shit yet.
This may not be the series for you, but it's certainly going to be the series for us. I got a lot of good vibes off of this guy. I liked him a lot in 2002 when he worked a live wrestling event for us. Despite what some people thought, I had no qualms about bringing him to the studio. And then to hear that John Cena Sr. was so happy and so excited, it made me feel even better. So for our new friend, New Jack, I'm Dan Mirade. This is episode 1 of Wrestling Insiders Extreme. We'll see you next week. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy, head on over to the onlynewjack.com.
Peace.
Get this bad boy, baby. You're going to love it. We'll see you next time.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Bank Street Armory in Fall River, Massachusetts, Monday, March the 1st, 1982. In the opening contest, Steve Travis beat Tony Altamore. Rick McGraw with the win over Duke of Dorchester, Pete Doherty. S.D. Jones defeated Charlie Fulton, replacing Greg Valentine. WWF Tag Team Champions Mr. Fuji and Mr. Saito retained the titles over Johnny Rodz and Jose Estrada. And in the main event, Adrian Adonis and Jesse Ventura victorious over Tony Gurria and Rick Martel via countout. If you were in Fall River Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause. Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Mirade.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, Wrestling's Scariest Night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai,
Dexter Loomis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
Hello, wrestling fans. Welcome back to Wrestling Inside. It's Dan Mirade with our new friend, New Jack.
Yes, sir.
The response to episode 1, it was not the typical program that we offer. Again, this is one, I guess, maybe of a little more adult variety, but the response was phenomenal. The fans loved your stories about 3 men that you don't really give a fuck about, I guess is a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Abdullah, Tony Atlas, Brian Knobbs. You can check it out in the archives. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of laughs as he verbally obliviated the 3 of them. But now I want to go back in time a little bit. We catched up with you about what life is like in the world of New Jack in 2020, 2021 with coronavirus, how you've stayed busy. Want to go back in time to what got you interested in the King of Sports Professional Wrestling. On that Dark Side of the Ring documentary, you described a very tough childhood, I guess, as being is a way to sugarcoat it, really.
Yeah.
That no kid should have to go through.
I had a buddy. We played semi-pro football in Atlanta.
You played semi-pro football?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he had been training down at the power plant, but he couldn't afford to pay no more. So they told him to stop coming. So he approached me, and he was like, I've been training, and I could train you, and we could wrestle. And at the time, I was like, man, I don't want to do that shit.
How old would you have been around this time?
29.
Oh, you were that old when you broke?
Yeah, I broke into business. I was damn near 30.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we kept talking about it. So he took me down to this little company in Atlanta. I forgot the name of it. And Ray Candy was there. So I got in the ring with Ray. First time. And he was teaching me how to lock it up, do spots, and all kind of shit. And I was like, this shit could be kind of fun. Well, my buddy was getting mad at me because Ray liked me but didn't like him. So I was like, I think I want to do it. He quit. But I had met Ray, and I knew who the fuck Ray was. So I was like, well, I'm going to keep doing it. So I kept doing it. A few weeks went by. And then this local company in Atlanta, North Georgia Wrestling Allowance, they was running shows on the weekends, and they would come on TV at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Wow, what a time slot.
Yeah. So I made a video and took it to the guy. His name was Sammy Kent. He's dead now. And he was like, I like it. He said, you need to keep training, but I like it. So then Ray would come down to North Georgia and train me. Along with me working with the guys that Sammy had down there, they put me on TV. I'm up at 4 in the morning watching my ass on TV, right? And I was like, he was like, just stick with it and we can do something. I worked with him for about 6 months. USWA. Came back from USWA. Jim Cornette was in town, and he was at the hotel, and he saw the show. So he called Sammy and asked Sammy to get in touch with me, to tell me that he wanted me to do a tryout with Smoky Mountain. Mm-hmm. So at the time, me and Mustafa wasn't tagging. Mustafa was down there as Sheikh Mohammed Mustafa, some crazy shit where he was eating raw meat and had a face paint. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, I don't want to do that. So Jim Cornette came, he saw us, so he invited us on the next show that Smoky Mountains had in Atlanta. And that's when we got hired. And Cornette was like, y'all got a name? I said, I'm New Jack. That's Mustafa. He said, no, do you have a tag team name? I said, no. He said, well, let's figure out the name. So we started pitching each other names. And I was like, no, I don't like that. And then I pitched one to him, he's like, no, I don't like that. So finally he said, the Gangsters. But he said the Gangsters. I was like, change that E-R-S to an A-S. The Gangsters. He was like, I like it.
Like how we'd say it in Boston, the
Yeah.
Gangsters.
Yeah.
Even if it was ERS, we'd say it like that.
Yeah. And he was like, I like it. He said, we'll call y'all the Gangsters. And that's when we was born.
Let's backtrack a little bit because a lot went on between now and then. When you started your wrestling training, were you still playing semi-pro football at the same
No,
time?
that was my last game.
Oh, that was the end of your
Yeah, I
football
was
career?
done.
Okay.
I played 5 years and I was done.
Was there any money in semi-pro football?
No.
No. It's almost like indie wrestling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
$50.
Were you a wrestling fan when you were a kid growing up?
I used to go, okay, I was born in North Carolina, Greensboro. But I moved to to Florida when I was 13. Then I was 15, I moved to Atlanta. So I would go to the shows sometimes. And my favorite wrestler was Dusty Rhodes.
Well, you and him have something in common. You shared a certain fruit together. Not the only two that ever had that fine fruit. But
Yeah.
You and Dusty shared the same fruit.
The fruits of our labor, baby. So, and I told Dusty about it. He was like, get out. I said, I used to wear the elbow pad. And the whole nine. And he thought this shit was funny as fuck. I was like, dude, I'm serious. Stop laughing. I'm serious. He was like, okay. So I would go and see NWA Mid-Atlantic in North Carolina. And I would go, not a lot. I would watch it sometimes, not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But Dusty became my favorite. So quite naturally, when we started working with ECW and he came through, we connected.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was like, it was a promo that he did one time. I don't forget what it was now. Somebody had him in the claw and he got color. And I was like, this. Now let me try to get this understanding. He squeezed your head until you started bleeding.
Like he was a piece of fruit, yeah.
And he started laughing. He was like, Jack, that was funny, what? I said, I swear to God it was. I said, he squeezed your head till it was about to pop. And he was like, he started laughing. So he went out to the ring and cut that same promo that he did when I was a kid. And we became like that.
Really? Became tight with him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he would always ask me, he was like, New Jack, give me some of your videotapes that got you cutting promos. He said, my son Cody is one of your biggest fans.
Really?
And Cody was a kid then.
Oh, yeah, during the ECW
Yeah,
days?
he was a kid. And I would give him my tapes. And I asked him one day, I said, Dusty, you sure these tapes ain't for you? He was like, no. I said, you sure? He was like, no, they're not for me, they're for my son. I said, all right. So I gave him, I was just fucking with him. You know what I mean? But I gave him the tapes, and I don't know what he did with them, but he was just like, I was his favorite. And we got along just like that.
Interesting question, just to try and tie in 2020, 2021 a little. Did you ever hear from Cody Rhodes about doing anything with AEW?
No, but I'll tell you what I did one day. And I was like, oh, I shouldn't have did that. His wife is black.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was his wife.
Oh.
So I was on Twitter. I said, Cody Rhodes got a black girlfriend. I said, I know Dusty is doing cartwheels in his grave. And everybody attacked me. Everybody came on Twitter. New Jack, you ain't shit. And I was like, what? And I didn't know. I thought it was his girlfriend. It's his wife. But I never talked to Dusty, but I did talk to some people. And I'll leave it at that.
Where they just did that blood and guts match, it would have been a perfect fit.
Yeah.
I actually mentioned that when we were hyping up that you were coming to the studio, that as AEW did the blood and guts show on AEW Dynamite. What about the master of blood and guts that is sitting to my right now?
Yeah.
You never know. I like the fact that AEW incorporates the blood. I think it adds a little more realism to it.
They did a show one night, and I don't know any of the guys that's working down there really. But the guy came out and was cutting a promo. And he said, who you gonna go and get? Sandman, New Jack, and he named a couple other people. So all these people started tweeting me. They were like, Jack, you saw they mentioned you on AEW? And I was like, no, I didn't see it, but I did, I saw it. Because I watched it. Somebody told me to watch it, and I watched it.
Oh, they mentioned you on AEW?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
they did.
Well, it's good that they threw that out there a
Yeah.
little bit, yeah.
I'm like, it keep me alive.
Keep it alive, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you know what, as you mentioned, you know what, you're not exactly a spry 25-year-old anymore, but
Right.
you know, there's still a lot you can add in small doses, I think, to any wrestling product
Yeah.
that is into that style. And again, I think blood in moderation is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes what you're watching feel more real. I think it's part of what's killed a lot of WWE's gimmick matches when they have the big Hell in the Cell or Elimination Chamber or those type of shows. And you have 6 guys in there, or even 6 girls, unfortunately, nowadays, and no color.
Right.
I mean, one man's opinion, but I think it adds much more realism to it. If you can do it safely, I think why not go for it?
To do a cage match and you don't get color, that's fucked up.
What's the point?
It's pointless.
Pointless, exactly. And now that the WWE is so women heavy as far as trying to do it, you know they would never let that happen in 2021. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I just thought, I thought of you when that blood and guts match came up. But, you know, as a kid that went through almost like a Dusty Rhodes promo, tough times, was wrestling maybe, was it a little bit of an escape for you from reality when you'd watch it as a kid, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoy watching it.
And I think, I hate to say it, and hopefully this doesn't come across the wrong way, I think there's a lot of kids when they're in tough times, tough situations, abusive situations at home, you know, they can find pro wrestling or even things like comic book heroes. It's a great, great release for them.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm sure you've probably heard that before.
Yeah.
And it must make you feel pretty good.
It
you know,
does.
that now that you lived, unfortunately, as a little guy, you had to live that life, but now as an adult, you've been able to, you know, maybe help some kids that needed an outlet to escape mentally what they live with every day, whether it be a situation with a parent or an abusive situation. The world is so crazy right now. There's so many different avenues kids can be hurt and abused in. To be that outlet, to try and, you know, make life a little, give them a chance to have a little fun, some escapism, you know?
I was at the Chinese restaurant in Greensboro. And I walked in, and this kid was getting ready to order his food. And we met eye to eye when I walked in the door. He was like, hell no. New Jack? And I was, he was like, I'm in college. He said, can I have you on my podcast? And I thought it was funny. And I told my wife about it. And she started laughing. And he took a picture of me and him and put it on Instagram. And he started keeping in touch with me. So I told him, I said, when I'm back settled, I'll do your podcast. He was like, dude, please do. He said, I ain't gonna let you forget. He said, me and my friends, my college students, he said, my college friends, he said, we are fucking diehard New Jack fans. And he's in his 20s, like 19 or 20. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like.
Was this recently?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was like within the last month.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like I got young fans as well as older fans. And they keep up with me.
And that's one cool thing about WWE Network. I mean, I don't know what kind of feedback you receive when you do your various appearances in Fanfest, but I mean, there's such a great body of your work available to fans at the touch of a button. And the same thing with YouTube. I mean, anyone with the internet can access YouTube.
Yeah.
And there's so much New Jack stuff out there from ECW and other places that you've worked on there. That must make you feel pretty good that people that weren't even alive, you know, when you were having some of these outstanding brawls, now all of a sudden are huge New Jack fans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did a show and it was these 3 little girls walked in. They couldn't have been no more than 8 or 9. And they all had on New Jack shirts.
Really?
They had the sleeves cut like I cut mine, and they had it cut around the waist, the whole 9. And they came in, hold up the X. They were kids.
Little kids like that?
Yeah.
That must have made you feel great.
It did.
Yeah.
It did. It sure did.
I bet you weren't expecting that.
No.
I mean, that, you know, college age kids, okay, but an 8 or 9 year old girl, that must have been kind of funny.
Yeah.
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 Just shows the power of what it is we do.
Yeah.
You know what it is? For the frustrations, the stress, the successes, and the happiness that goes along at different points of our wrestling endeavors and our careers. To have those special moments like that, I tell you, my funny one was, I told you about, this is the house that the Iron Sheik built, so to speak. The craziness that he created, it wound up on the Howard Stern show every day for almost a year and a half. WWE is very kind to us. They set me up with tickets to, it was the big WrestleMania in Dallas that did over 100,000, and I couldn't hold it. I had to go to the bathroom. So I was in line waiting to go in. You know, everybody's chit-chatting, blah, 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 blah. And the guy in front of me says, oh, I know you, I know you, I know you. And I'm like, I hate to, I mean, who the fuck am I? But he finally realized, he goes, you're Dan, because from the Sheik video, you're Dan Maloney. Because to the Sheik, I was Dan Maloney. To Tony, I was Dan Morella. So neither one of them could say the name right. But he goes, I'm the guy that put the Sheik video on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I said, get the fuck out of here. And we became buddy-buddy just by happening to walk into the same line at the bathroom at the same time, which I always thought was kind of a funny story.
Right.
But anyway, back to you, your career. That's why people are watching, not my little anecdotes. Did you know who Ray Candy was before you started to train with him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew he was.
Were you impressed meeting him in person, or?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's Ray Candy, of course. You know what I mean? We took the, he would be like, if you ever have any questions or any problem, call me. So when we get through doing Smoky Mountains, I would drive back to Atlanta. And I would call Ray sometime at like 2 in the morning. He might be asleep. But he would wake up and talk to me on the phone for like an hour. And he would always tell me, and this is from Ray. He said, New Jack, don't let them crackers do to you what they done did to niggas for all these years. And I said, what? He said, if you let them, they'll play you like a goddamn idiot. That's when Tony Atlas name came up.
during that conversation?
Yes. He said, look at it. Sure did.
For those fans that may not be familiar with Ray Candy, tell us a little about him and his career and so on, especially here in the Northeast, where I don't believe he ever worked for WWF.
Ray was down in Memphis, in USWA. He wrestled with, what's that? Oh, God, that Texas company.
World Class?
Yeah, I think it was them. I think he wrestled with them. But I called him USWA. Understand something? When I met him, I knew who he was, but I didn't know his complete background.
You didn't know his, I got you.
You know what I mean?
You
So,
just knew who he was.
Yeah. I was like, I'm getting trained by the Candy Man. He sure did.
I tell you, the avenues that we take in this crazy profession, but what got you into USWA working for Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler?
Jeff Jarrett called Sammy Kent and told him he wanted me to come to USWA. He said, well done, got the belts right now, but they going to WWF. He said, we need a new tag team to drop the belts on. And he said, I saw New Jack work, and I like this work. Well, my partner, his name was Mark Freer.
So this wasn't Mustafa? Okay.
This is Mark Freer. But Jerry Jarrett wanted to change his name from Mark Freer. And this is what he said to me. He said, New Jack, we need to think of a name for Mark Freer, for Mark. I said, okay. And you could tell I was still green as shit to the fucking business. So I said, what about Marky Mark? He started laughing. He said, no. I said, well, okay, that's your turn. He said, don't y'all call each other homeboy in the hood? I said, dude, I don't live in the hood. I went to college. I said, what the fuck wrong with you? And he said, homeboy. What about homeboy? I said, that's his name. That ain't my name. I said, I don't give a fuck if y'all call him Alfalfa. I said, I don't give a fuck. I said, that ain't my goddamn name. Mm-hmm. So I talked to Mark that Friday. And I told him we was gonna be tagging. I said, they want to change your name. He said, what? And he started tossing around all these names at me. I said, no. They want to call you homeboy. And he was like, what the fuck? I said, bro, that's your name. I said, that ain't my name. I said, that's your name. So he was like, homeboy? I was like, yeah. I said, that's what they want to call you. That Saturday morning, we did the TV taping. Jerry Jarrett told me to go out there and talk like we talk in the hood. This, that, those, them, girl. I said, I don't talk like that. You know what I mean? I said, now you might can find you a black guy that'll do that. I said, but I don't talk like that. He was like, okay. Well, what are we gonna do? He said, I need you to be from the hood. I said, I can be an educated nigga from the hood. I said, but I'm not going on TV talking like I'm fucking retarded. So they wanted me to go out and do a promo. And they put the straps on us that same weekend. We came back in that Saturday and did TV taping. And I went and cut a promo. And I did just the opposite of what he wanted me to do. And they got mad at me. and didn't let me cut another promo.
Really?
And we had the belts.
Wrestling fans, I'm getting a cue from the back. I'm very interested in this story. We're going to follow up. Right now, I'm going to take a brief time out. Help us keep the lights on here at MWF Studios here in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. Back with New Jack and Wrestling Insiders Extreme after this brief timeout. Salute.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Mirade.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she proved she is the EST, defeating Sasha Banks to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by Bianca Belair, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Bianca Belair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Extreme, a more adult-themed version of our show than you may be accustomed to. If we offend, we apologize, but it is the theme of the show. Maybe not episode is for everybody. Universal Studios, they put out films. Some are rated PG, PG-13, rated R. This is maybe our R-rated version. I don't know.
When you get New Jack, you know what you're going to get, goddamn.
When you went to USWA, I believe it was still 92, and you said that was the year you broke in, so you were relatively green at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, it must have made you feel pretty good that it made, a quote-unquote major promotion like USWA, run by the Jarretts and Jerry Lawler, wanted you to come in, so, I don't know, inexperienced, I guess would be a way to put it.
And they put the straps on us.
Quick.
And then when I went back to North Georgia, they put the straps on me again. So every time I would go to a company, I would get a belt. And I didn't know shit. I ain't know nothing, but I would get a belt. They would push me. They would give me a push.
Now, what is it that you think promoters liked about you so well? Was it that I know in the USWA they didn't like it, but was it that your interview ability was so good? I've never seen really young footage of you prior to ECW wrestling. But what do you think the promoters liked so much?
You never saw my promos in Smoky Mountain?
Just from the clips that were on Dark Side of the Ring. So very minimal.
Well, those did it. Jarrett came up to me when I went to TNA the first time. Mm-hmm. I had just cut a promo. Came out of the ring, went in the back. He said, "New Jack, come here." He said, "I'm going to say this to you, and I want you to take it for what it's worth." He said, "You cannot teach that." I said, "Teach what?" He said, "You can't teach charisma. You're either born with it or you don't have it." He said, "But you go out there and cut a promo." And he said, "You can't teach that." He said, "I don't give a fuck who you listen to. You can't teach it." That meant a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look at the career that Jerry Jarrett had,
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking about when you did some shows for them when they were still, was it the Nashville Fairgrounds? Going way back, or was this Universal Studios
Coliseum.
time? Oh, this is your first USWA run.
Yeah.
Way back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought when you said TNA a minute ago, so I thought you were
I'm
talking
sorry.
That's okay. No, I like to try and keep the timeline in order when we can. Well, again, do you any memories of Jerry Jarrett? What did you think of him as a guy, as a promoter?
He was all right.
Honest?
He was all right.
He was all right.
Yeah.
Was the pay?
He did cut a little nigga joke one time.
Oh, did he?
Miss Texas was having a match against,
Jackie Moore?
yeah,
Okay.
against some girl. And him and Lawler was sitting up in the top of the Coliseum. And Lawler, okay, the loser of the match got thrown into a bucket of mud. So they threw Jackie in the mud. And Lawler said, look at her, look like a little nigga dog, a little wet nigga dog. And I was standing there. And I asked Lawler, I said, so that's what it's like? And he's like, oh no, Jack, we didn't mean like that. We were just bullshitting. Act like that didn't happen. I said, it's hard to act like that didn't happen because it did happen. You know what I mean? I said, you said it. We didn't talk no more.
Ever?
Nope.
Let me throw this one at you. Again, I go back to the book of Tony Atlas verbally from what he said on this show. He said that the N-word was almost a form of Connie. Would you agree with that statement or no?
Say it again.
The N-word was used by people in the locker room, maybe more in his day in the 70s and 80s. It was almost a form of Connie. He said he was referred to by the N-word so much, if someone called out Tony, they didn't even know they were talking to him.
Because he allowed it. He fucking allowed it. That's why I said, that's why I don't like that nigga to this day. Because he allowed it.
You think if he stood up and maybe put his foot down about it, you think maybe it would have been a little different?
He would have got more respect and he probably would have got more goddamn, a bigger push. Like I said, they tried that shit with Mark Henry. Mark Henry wasn't hearing it.
And Mark's still getting a pretty nice Legends contract now in 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah. Respect.
Yeah.
Respect. And you know what's even funnier? I don't know. I'm sure you're familiar with Dick Murdoch.
Yeah.
He part of the KKK.
Yeah.
Tony would travel with him.
He probably drove.
And he said Dick Murdoch would explain to him his views of the KKK, and you know, it's really not about blacks. It's about blacks mixing with white kids, and so I guess Tony felt he was getting an education traveling with these KKK members, which I just found to be odd but interesting.
One night we was in Minnesota, I think. I had met this girl at the mall. Drop dead gorgeous.
Mall of America, the big one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drop dead gorgeous white girl. So we started talking. And she said, what are you doing here? I said, I professional wrestle and we got a show tonight. She was like, really? I was like, yeah. She said, can I come? I'll bring my mom. This was the ECW show. I was like, sure. Her not knowing, and because she looked as good as she did, wasn't nobody gonna say shit to her about nothing. She came to the side door and walked in, went in the locker room and got a chair and sit down. And Tommy Dreamer went up to her and asked her what was she doing there. She says, I'm waiting on Jerome. Tommy said, New Jack? She said, oh yeah, that's his stage name, but yeah, I'm waiting on him. Dusty Rhodes was sitting right there. When I walked in, Dusty Rhodes said, come here. said if Dick Murdoch saw that, he would be turned over in his grave. I said, so what? He said, that white woman come in here looking for you and calling you by your real name. He said he would turn over in his grave. I said, sorry about your luck, bro, but it is what it is.
That was Dusty's best buddy, Dick Murdoch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like that.
Yeah. Minnesota, I'll say this, there are some beautiful women in Minnesota.
It is.
I remember I got actually stranded, Cauliflower Rally Club that we mentioned. I went to the reunion in Vegas and had connecting flights. Back-to-back weeks I got stranded there, and they put me at a hotel, I don't know if it was a Hilton or something like that, but this, I mean, half Italian, I believe half Vietnamese girl at the check-in, both weeks in a row. Oh my God, I was ready to move to Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm.
There's some beautiful women in the state of Minnesota, but
And them white women love black guys. All they do, bro. It is known, that is the capital
really?
of interracial relationships.
Minneapolis?
Yes,
Because it's so rare, or why?
because you don't find niggas in.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's a rarity.
Yeah.
It's unique. Yeah.
And when we show up, it's like all bets are off.
Tony's, I know we mentioned poor Tony again, but he said when he moved to Maine, it was the same thing. There were so few African Americans up there that it was like, the toy that everybody wanted to play with. So you got one thing in common with the guy, I guess. But no, just some beautiful women in Minnesota. I don't even know how the hell we got on that track. But so you and Jerry, I was going to ask you if you had any memories of Jerry Lawler, other than what he said about Jackie is the dog in the mud. Any interactions with him, good or bad, prior to that?
I got banned from Twitter for leaving a tweet about Lawler when he had that heart attack.
Oh, no.
And I was on Twitter. I said, I hope that motherfucker dies. I said, I fucking hate him. I hope he dies. They shut my Twitter page down.
Was it just from that one remark,
Yes.
or were there other things you didn't like about
No,
it?
that was it. That was it. And they left me a little comment about why they did it, but it was because of what I said about Lawler.
And you know the thing, John Cena Sr., who I mentioned that thinks so highly of you, the one thing he dislikes about me is that I have the same mindset that you do. I think you can be genuinely good to everybody, but once they fuck with you once or you're in a situation like that, why put yourself in the position to be around it again? You know what I mean? I think that's horrible, and I think it's hysterical at the same time. Now, what about Jerry Jarrett, though? That was who I originally brought up. Did you like Jerry as a promoter, or was he honest with you? Did he treat you right?
He was cool with me. Mm-hmm. Never had a problem with it. Jeff, on the other hand, I didn't like.
Now, why is that?
We did a show one night when I was at USWA. And Jeff said, Jack, you got tonight off. It was a tag match. Mm-hmm. He said, Mark Freer is going to do the whole match. You just stand on the side of the ring and cheerlead. I said, we're a tag team. He said, I know. He said, but we give you the night off. And Mark did the whole match. I didn't come in one time. I go to ECW. I started using the guitar. Jeff Jarrett, all of a sudden, started using a fucking guitar. I said, I wonder where that came from.
Do you think that Jeff didn't like you? Did he not like the reaction that you were getting from the fans where you were over? What do you think?
No, I was over, and he didn't like the fact that I was over.
That was the problem.
He's in my book.
Oh, really?
He puts me over in my book.
He put you over?
Yeah.
You got a quote from him?
It's in there.
Interesting. Oh, I can't
Buy the
wait to
book?
read it. Oh, let's hoping for a comp, brother. Come on now. But no, I really am anxious to read it. So you and Jeff, whatever the issue was back in USWA, and then him kind of hustling your gimmick from ECW, you guys are cool now?
If I saw him, I'd speak to him.
That's the extent of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give him a glass of water if he was starving. For fucking, if he died down of thirst, I wouldn't give him a glass of water.
But you'd say hello to him at least.
Yeah, I speak, hey, motherfucker, you want some water?
Oh my God, this is hysterical. But was the money as bad as everybody said?
In USWA,
Yeah.
$50 a night.
Wow. How many shots a week?
4.
Wow, $200 a week? Jesus. Now, how did you survive on $200 a week?
I had a Fiero. Remember the little cars?
Yeah.
I was sleeping in my car.
Wow.
Then all of a sudden, somebody turned me on to ring rats. And I was like, I think I can swing this. So every time I would go out to a bar or go to a club, I was looking for a bitch that had her own apartment. I was on it. I was on it, bro. I'm not bullshitting.
This was your first experience with ring rats? Was in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was like this one chick, we weren't even sleeping together. She was a big wrestling fan.
Really? So there was no sex?
No.
She was a wannabe rat?
Yes. But she would let me come to her house, take shower, she cooked.
Did she not want the sex, or did you not want to give it?
I didn't want to fuck her. She didn't want to fuck me. We were just friends.
Really? Oh, well, that's nice.
We were just friends.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, did you have a lot of rats down in the USWA territory?
No.
Really? That wasn't a, was it
It started in Smoky Mountains.
rats?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, why not in USWA, though?
It just, I mean, we would do a show. We would be at the studio Saturday morning. And we go somewhere, I don't forget how the schedule went. But we go somewhere Saturday night. Monday, it was the Coliseum in Memphis. Tuesday, it was Evansville, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday, it was somewhere else. Thursday, then off Friday.
Friday was a night off?
Yeah.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
You think that'd be a night they'd want to run even a spot show, if nothing else?
Yeah.
But even for the Mid-South Coliseum shows, you were only getting $50?
That was it. And see, this was the problem I had. I didn't understand what a draw was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I was like, I need some money. So I don't forget who it was that told me this. But whoever it was, they was like, get a draw. I said, what's the draw? He said, they will advance you some money for the night. So I would go and get a draw. Then I would get one every night. So when it came time to get paid, I would get an envelope with a receipt in it.
Here's your receipt for $0.
I'm like, where's my money? He's like, you spent it.
And I'll say this, to be fair, to show how bad things were in the WWF, 94, 95, even 93, you know, there were a lot of guys that were living off of those draws. The house shows were drawing so bad. You know, I think you could take up to $200 a night for the draw in WWF, and a lot of them would take it, and then the check would be for zero.
Yeah.
So along the lines of what you're saying, but to try and live on $200 a week, I'm sure you haven't come across them, but some of the episodes we did with Marty and the Nasty Boys, when they talk about this one bedroom apartment that the Nasties and the Rockers would share, and then Kurt Hennig and Scott Hall would stay there when they'd come to town, and certainly a lot of activity going on in that apartment. And then right above them was actually Rocky Johnson, his lovely wife Ada, very nice lady, and a very young Rock, who they called Dewey at the time. So that must have been a very unique apartment complex, to say the least, in Memphis.
And Smoky Mountain, Jim Cornette ran the townhouse. So all the boys would come in town, and we would stay there.
In one townhouse?
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Now, were you able to find enough rats or enough women that were able to help you 7 nights a week have a place to stay in USWA?
It varied.
Most nights.
Most nights.
Now, John C., was that 2 or 3, brother? That was 2. All right. All right, wrestling fans, as we continue this fascinating conversation, we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with the hardcore icon himself, Mr. New Jack, after this brief timeout.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito Santana and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at bostonwrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Mirade.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Again, we warn you that this show may not be for everybody. There may be some adult themes, some adult language, compared to some of our other great talk shows that we have 5 nights a week. But you know what? Fuck it. That's what this show is all about.
Fuck them all.
Fuck them all, baby. So USWA, I think we were just talking about before we went to the break, for the lack of income you were getting, you really needed the help of people to try and have a place to stay. Were there enough where you were going to some of the same cities, the same towns on a weekly? There were not enough women to go around. No. Were there a lot of guys trying to do the same thing that you were, trying to find rats to give them a place to stay for free?
Bro, we would sleep anywhere. Me and Mustafa would go out to clubs.
Well, you were with your other partner at this
Yeah,
point. Right?
I was with my other partner. But then when I went to Mustafa, we would go out to a club. And I'd be like, the mission for tonight is find a bitch with her own apartment or house. Mustafa ain't got no rap.
Nothing?
No, he just fucking, I love him to death.
He needed you.
He ain't got no rap.
He needed you.
And every time I would meet a girl, he would come with us. Every time. And I can honestly say, we wasn't fucking them all the time. A lot of times, there would be somewhere to stay for the night.
So you honestly found just some genuinely nice women sometimes?
Yeah. They'd be like, wanna go to Waffle House? But yeah. Go to Waffle House, go back to the house, look at TV. Go back, look at TV. Mustafa fall asleep on the couch. I go to the room, and that's how it was.
And that was it?
Yeah.
Nothing sexual?
No.
But sometimes it was?
Sometimes it was.
Yes.
Yes, it was. My wife gonna see this, goddammit, and understand something. This was before your time.
Mrs. Jack, as we like to say, this happened long before you came into this fine gentleman's world. He had a very unique life before he met you, but think of the positives that you've put in him now, and you've calmed him down just a little bit to the
Yes,
point
you
where
have, baby.
He is a kind, loving husband that looks forward to returning to North Carolina to see you when you're done with these great shoots that we're doing this weekend. But, you know, you to try and survive, sometimes you had to take one for the team, I'm sure. Even if they weren't the most beautiful. I mean, did you ever have to go real low to try and find a place to stay? I mean...
There was a girl I met one time. She worked at the Chicken Shack. The Chicken Shack.
That pretty much should say it all, but I can't wait to hear the rest.
She was big.
Hefty.
Big girl. Everything about her was big.
But they still need love.
Yeah, they do. So I tried to put her off on Mustafa.
Well, he was bigger than you.
But we would go by her job at night. She would close. They would close at like 12 o'clock. And she had me these bags of chicken. I mean, like grocery bags of chicken. And she'd give me her key. She'd be like, I'll be at the house in about 30 minutes. She said, but here's some food. And Mustafa swore I was fucking her. I said, no, I'm not fucking her. I'm telling you. I said, that's why the bitch keep coming to your room, because I'm trying to put her off on your ass. You know what I mean? So we would go and we would stay at her house. And it was like a big game. She would just be like, so glad we was there. She would see us on TV, the whole nine.
Was she a wrestling fan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And all her friends would come by and they would meet us and we just have a big ass fucking party.
With the chicken?
Yes. But I did not fuck that woman.
Did Mustafa?
No.
No one fucked the chicken
No.
woman. Mrs. Sanders. Did she ever try to seduce either one of you?
No, she was cool.
Oh, really? She was cool?
Yeah,
Okay.
she was cool. She had kids, everything. She was cool. She was the big girl, though.
She's just a nice, kind fan that gave you a place to stay and some chicken.
Yeah.
All right. These are fucking great. The fans are going to die when they see this. They're going to be so much fun. So USWA, though, you went in kind of young. We mentioned in 1992, no pun intended with your last name. And you left in 93. It wasn't a heck of a long run. Why was it so short?
No, we was in USWA for a month.
A month? Oh, okay. I read it wrong, then.
We was there a month. Jarrett told me, he said, I need to put the straps on y'all. Take them off of Well Done. He said, you're going to be here a month to 6 weeks. He said, and then we'll probably call you back later on, which they did.
Why would they put the belts on you, then send you home?
They wanted to get them off of Well Done. We was new. Nobody knew us. So he was trying to give us a name. You know what I mean? So he wanted to give us a push by putting the straps on us.
Mm-hmm.
He told me, but he didn't tell Mark. Homeboy. He didn't tell him. So Mark packed up from Indiana and moved to Memphis, thinking we was gonna be there for a while. So the week before we left, I told Mark, I said, what you gonna do when we're done? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, I'll run this up here next week. What are you going to do? He said, what do you mean I'll run this up? He said, I just moved down here. I said, well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I said, but we're done after next week. So he went and talked to Jarrett, and Jarrett dogged him. He was like, I don't need you, you motherfucker. You just get the fuck out of this locker room. And
Oh, really?
Mark,
Jerry?
Jarrett. He said, Mark was like, what the fuck? And he didn't know. His girl left him. He moved. No, he was in Nashville. He wasn't in Indiana. He was in Nashville. His girl left him. They fired him. And then he ended up dying.
He died?
Yeah.
Really? Gee,
Yeah.
talk about heartbreak.
Yeah.
It killed him, literally. My
Yeah.
God. So that was it? Just that short 92 into 93 run, and then you went back to Atlanta.
Yep.
What was your best memory of Memphis? Something maybe you didn't mention yet. Was there something that stood out that you really enjoyed? Something you liked? People? An experience on the road traveling?
Yeah. I got one to tell you.
All right.
I had a Fiero. And I had a license plate. Oh, how you get those plates made at the fucking,
Yeah, vanity plates, yeah.
the flea market. I got one that said New Jack. And all the boys would go out to my car when I would show up and sit on the hood of the car, opening legs up where you could see the plate. And would take pictures. I'm thinking this is a good thing. Not knowing that they was fucking with me because I was calling myself a pro wrestler. And I had a license plate, a vanity plate that said New Jack.
So they thought it was funny? They thought you were a mock?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was. So they would all go and take pictures with this fucking plate. And they'd be like, Jack, where's the car? I said, it's out there. I gotta take a picture. And you will see them standing in line waiting to sit on the hood of my car to take a picture.
Really? Now, I wonder if people ever did that with Gorilla Monsoon's license plate. His was a jersey plate that said kayfabe on it.
Did it?
Yeah. So I don't know about that, but that's funny. Now, let me ask you this. We talked about positive. A worst experience you had in USWA, other than maybe hearing Jerry Lawler's comment about Jackie Moore?
Besides not getting enough money for a draw, no. The rest of it was just,
It was a good experience other than the money?
yeah.
And some of the fine women that you met in the
Yeah.
Tennessee area?
Yeah.
All right, well, all in all, would you have gone back if they asked?
Probably.
Yeah. Did you think where Jarrett and Jerry Lawler were so intertwined with WWF at that point, where Vince McMahon was getting ready to go to trial for the whole steroid distribution thing, did you think you had a chance to maybe go to WWF through them at that point?
I never wanted to go
Really? Now, why is that?
because of the politics. Vince McMahon is a political motherfucker. And I never had the intention on going to WWF. I never wanted to go.
Really? How
I
many
knew-
people break into the business say that, huh?
I knew I wouldn't have lasted 2 weeks in WWF.
Yeah, you might have had that, yeah.
I mean, so I didn't want to go.
Fast forwarding, my God, over a decade, did you ever get an invite to any of those reunion shows they did?
No.
No.
Vince told Paulie that he was afraid of me.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
He said, New Jack is the devil. I swear to God.
How did you find that out?
Paulie told me.
Did he? He said New Jack is the devil?
He said he is the devil. Because I had went on a couple of TV shows and did interviews with him, about him.
About Vince?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I dogged the shit out of him.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But a lot of people do that.
Yeah, but I did it. I dug in. And he was like, I would never hire him. He's the devil.
How bad was the interview that it turned him off that much? I mean, look, he has some people under contract right now that have decimated him verbally.
I did.
What did you say that was so bad? Do you remember?
It's been so long, I don't remember,
You
but
remember?
it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad.
New Jack is the devil. Wow. And I think you really would have added something to those shows. I think the fans would have gone apeshit to see you come out.
I think so.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But we'll get there as time goes on, wrestling fans. Isn't that perfect? We're getting the cue from my good friend John C. Reilly. We're wrapping up the show, talking a little USWA, the good, the bad, the draws, the checks, the receipts, in the pictures with the license plate. For our friend New Jack, I'm Dan Mirade. We'll see you next week on Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Good night.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Mirade.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11x14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders Extreme, where we take a look at New Jack, other great ECW vets that have gone through the hardcore wars. It's a little bit different, a little bit more adult-themed programming, so we kind of warn you ahead of time. The language, the stories may be different than John Cena Sr.'s thoughts on SmackDown and those type programs. Maybe along the lines of what we do with Marty Jannetty sometimes, because Marty is literally all over the place because he's out of his mind, but that's all right. He's a good man. He said to say hello to you.
I love Marty.
Marty's a great human being.
Yeah, I love Marty.
Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. we have a blast with Marty, but you know, it's a shame that Tony appears to be gone now that he He's got his $200 pewter, but you know what? We got the hardcore icon himself, New Jack, and I am thrilled about it. There were people that were shocked when I said we were bringing New Jack in, but like I said, the man whose opinion, Marty obviously put you over very strong, but the one that really meant a lot was almost like I told you in the car, the man, he's almost like the father figure to everything we do. John Cena Sr., he popped big time when he found out you were coming in. And the first 2 episodes have just been, I think, gold. I've been having a blast with these.
But just think about it. Don't forget, this is where New Jack stabbed mass transit, and I went to court, and they tried to offer me 5 years for cutting that fat motherfucker, and I got acquitted like OJ, did it and got away with it.
And there you go. He's an honest man. We'll get there once we start talking ECW. Right now, we're talking about your return, I guess, back to Georgia after your stint in USWA.
Yeah.
Is that when you came across Mustafa Saeed for the first time? How did you guys start to interact with each other and then eventually become a tag team?
We worked for this company called North Georgia Wrestling Allowance.
Mm-hmm.
Mustafa was doing his own thing, and I was doing mine.
You almost said he was almost like a Kamala gimmick. He had face paint and was eating raw meat.
Yeah. And Cornette asked me, did I have a partner? And I told him at the time, no. But then Mustafa popped up, and I said, well, maybe I could use him. He said, well, the next time we come to Atlanta, I want you and Mustafa to tag, and I want to take a look at y'all and see what you look like together. So we did. And he liked it.
So that's how it all came to be.
Yep.
Yeah. So how long of a gap did you have between USWA and Smoky Mountain?
A few months.
A few months?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you have a regular 9-to-5 job? Were you trying to live off the indies at that point?
I was a bouncer.
You were, okay. So the best wrestling job of all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of a club? Regular or?
A titty club.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
It was a titty club.
What's wrong
Titties.
with that?
Yeah.
Did you have an easy, you didn't even need the rats at that point for a place to stay. You had your own. No.
I had my own place to stay in.
You were thrilled. You
Yeah.
loved it. You could have the quality ones over if you
Yeah.
wanted. So your initial impression of Jim Cornette, here you have one of the great managers in the history of professional wrestling literally finding you, scouting you, and wanting you. I mean, that must have made you give your ego a boost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he put us with the Rock and Roll Express off the bat.
Right off the bat.
And that said a lot. That said a lot because we hadn't been nowhere. And we walked in the door and started doing the angle with Ricky and Robert. My head was this big. You can tell me shit. I'm like, I'm main event with the Rock and Roll Express. That's some serious shit. Yeah.
One of the great tag teams of the 80s and the 90s, the Rock and Roll Express.
Yep.
Your initial thoughts, impressions on Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson?
Ricky and Robert taught me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Ricky would have to remind me sometimes that my job as a heel was to piss people off. But the fans in Smoky Mountain was calling us nigga,
Wow.
coon, go back to Africa. They was on some crazy shit. And I wasn't quite used to that. And I used to tell Ricky, like, Ricky, I can't do this. He said, New Jack, understand something. Your boo is my cheer. He said, when they boo you, that's like them cheering me. He said, you're doing your job. And that took some getting used to. But once I figured out what he was talking about, I took the ball and ran with it.
Your promos came across as very offensive right off the bat with
Yep.
Bob Caudle and Jim Ross. Where did
And
you?
Les Thatcher.
Oh, I love Les. How did you develop your promo style?
Cornette would come up to me, okay, the first promo I did, Cornette came up to me, he said, New Jack, say something to piss white people off.
Now, how much thought did you put into it?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
And I said, say what? He said, let me think about it. He came back a few minutes later. He said, say something about OJ. So we walk into the set. Mustafa said, Jack, what you gonna say? I said, I have no idea. I said, I have no fucking idea what I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna say it, whatever the fuck. So I started cutting this promo. And I dug into it to the point where I was like, I wanted to give a special shout out to O.J. Simpson. Keep up the good work. Too less to worry about. Dude, them white people lost their mind. They was out in the back with bricks, sticks.
Really?
The cops was having to hold them back, and they were like, we're gonna kill them goddamn niggers. You know what I mean? Oh, they was hot.
Really? And this was 94, right? He still the trial hadn't even finished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Cornette texted me. We had pages then. I called him back. He said that was perfect.
He loved it.
Yeah.
Really? Isn't that great?
He said, Jack, that was perfect. He said, we need more of that. I said, Jim, you trying to get me killed? He was like, no, we need more of that. So every goddamn week, he would come up with something. He would give me the point. All right? And then I would just take the ball and run with it. And it was gold.
Wow. Now, when you were working for Smoky Mountain, did you have your own place to stay, or was it the same thing? You were trying to the pay a little bit better in Smoky Mountain than it was in USWA?
Yeah.
You weren't having to live off of high school kid money?
No.
What did an old school guy like Bob Caudle think when you...
Oh, dude, Bob almost had a heart attack. That motherfucker was like, and we'll be back. Motherfucker. You know,
Oh, he cut you off?
yeah, when I thought come on program when I was done,
Yeah.
that's how he went. That's how he wrap it up. He'd be like, and we'll be back. The fuck? Yeah.
And what about Les and JR? Did they have any kind of response to those style of
Oh,
promos that you were cutting?
Jim Ross loved it. And Les was like, every week we would start wrestling more. And Les would put it over big time. Like, look, the gangsters in the ring doing wrestling hoes. Look at that. They learned something new this week. He put it over big time.
At what point did D'Lo Brown get added to your entourage?
Cornette came up to me one night. And he said, Jack, next week we're going to need some black people
We're going to need some?
for security.
Oh, okay.
I said, Jim, we're in West Virginia. I said, ain't no niggas in West Virginia. And he was like, we're gonna need something. Well, D-Lo had a tryout that night. And he worked pretty good. Black guy, light-skinned. I said, use him. He said, for what? I said, for my security. Use him. He said, you want me to make him part of the gangsters or just one time? I said, no, let him be part of the gangsters. So he hired Dito that night. And that's how he got his job.
Wow.
And he has thanked me for this a million times.
I think he's a great guy. I like D'Lo.
Yeah, I love D'Lo.
First class. Easy to work with when
Yeah.
we've had him.
Yeah.
Wow, so it was because of you that that door really got wide open for him to join a hot hot faction.
Yeah.
With, you know, the heat that you guys were getting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that was kind of his job. He was like, because I haven't seen much Smoky Mountain, to be honest. He was just the bodyguard at ringside most of the time, and he'd get in there and wrestle at, what, 6-mans from time to time? Or?
He would go in and do the match, do the job, and come back out with us as our security and be over.
Oh, so he'd work twice?
Yeah.
I gotcha. That must make you feel good that at least he's grateful and he remembers it.
Yeah.
You know, some people, they tend to forget things and favors like that people do.
He remembered.
I wanted to throw out some names at you at some of the interesting personalities that worked at Smoky Mountain during the time. A guy, a legend in the business, WWE Hall of Famer. I know what you think of the Hall of Fame, but a man that most people speak very highly of, Bullet Bob Armstrong, who I know you worked with a bit.
I loved him. He did some shit one night, bro. I swear to God. Bob backed me up. He said, I'm gonna give you a chop. And I was like, all right, open up. Bob had arms like Popeye. He had fucking, his arms were this fucking big. He chopped me, and the first thing I did was this. He said, Jack, let me chop it again. I said, no! And I was in the ring running. I was running over him just like this. And he thought that was the funniest shit in the world. I said, you would never do that shit again to me. He knocked the hell out of my chest. Bob chopped the shit out you.
Even though he was no spring chicken, he was in great shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was sad that we lost him not too long
Yeah.
ago. He was a good man, good family, the whole Armstrong family.
Yeah.
I know some of the sons work down there in Smoky Mountain too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Bob.
Yeah. That
Sure
was a
did.
tough loss. All right, wrestling fans, we're getting the cue from the back. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Extreme with the man that is the personification of Extreme, New Jack, after this brief timeout.
Buy the book!
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Mirade.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we continue to talk the talk about this man's great career. He mentioned the book before we went to break. You can find it at great bookstores everywhere, Amazon.com, or maybe the best place to find it is theonlynewjack.com.
Yep.
Isn't it good that there's only one?
Yep.
I don't think the world could handle two. We've been having a lot of fun on these shows. We haven't even touched ECW, which I know a lot of you guys are frothing at the lips for, but the man did a lot before ECW, so it's definitely worth trying to break down and chronicle. I hope for these shows, you know, as I've mentioned before, WWE, they've bought every library they want to buy. They present history the way they want to present it. But that doesn't mean there isn't a place for great talk shows like this for guys to document their careers and their experiences and the people that they worked with, both good and on the bad side. We have a lot of fun with the variety of guests we had.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled to have you here with us. As we continue to take a look at Smoky Mountain, we talked about Bullet Bob and the Armstrong brothers. What about another one of the brothers that we lost not too long ago that was at Smoky Mountain right around the time you were there? Tracy Smothers.
Yeah, Tracy taught me a lot.
Yeah, what did you learn from Tracy?
I learned a lot. The psychology I learned from Tracy. I learned that from Ricky and Robert, but Tracy taught me a lot. I remember we did a match one night, and Tracy was like, Jack, it's me and you. He said, I'm gonna call the whole match. Don't worry about it, just show up. So we did a match. Tracy called that whole match. And I went over on Tracy, on TV. We was doing holds, wrestling holds. We was reversals. We was doing all kind of shit. You know what I mean? And people was like, Jack, you learned all that shit? I said, no. I said, Tracy taught me. No, I ain't learned shit. And they was like, what the fuck? Yeah. But Tracy taught me. He taught me a lot.
When you broke into the business, was your anticipation that you wanted to work this brawling, hardcore style?
I was doing wrestling before I was doing hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
The hardcore came at the end of Smoky Mountain. We started doing an angle with the Dirty White Boy and Tracy Smothers, street fights. So when I went to ECW, we fit right in. Because we were doing, but before we did hardcore matches, we was having wrestling matches. And a lot of fans don't know that. A lot of fans hadn't seen that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't, to be honest.
And I tell you one match to look up. Look up New Jack versus Tracy Smothers, Smoky Mountain.
Good stuff?
Yeah.
Fans, you heard it. You know how to Google it, or YouTube it, I should say, in this day and age. I don't know if it's available on the new version of WWE Network on Peacock, as they're still trying to transfer a lot of the footage that they had on the network over, but one worth going out of your way to see. Again, so many interesting folks that you came across during your time in Smoky Mountain. What about another tag team? Dr. Tom Pritchard, Jimmy Del Rey, the Heavenly Bodies.
Taught me a lot. I got color for the first time with Tom Pritchard.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, did he do it or did you do it?
I did it.
You did it?
I cut myself to the bone because I had to make sure I got it right. So I was like, grrr. You can smell wood burning. I was like, what the fuck? He was like, you got it, Jay, that's good. I was like, all right. Woo, I'm getting lightheaded. Yeah. But it was with him.
Good team to work with?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they were very underrated and very smooth, at least from what I saw in WWF.
Yeah. They were good.
What about Jimmy Del Rey? You mentioned Tom.
I didn't like him.
No? Why is that?
I just didn't. He was just one of those people that I just didn't like.
You're not going to like everybody in every locker room, that's for sure. Jim Cornette, feisty personality. But again, you had the honor of who I consider one of the great managers in the history of the sport, basically recruiting you like a college football coach almost to come and work for his company. Any memories of some of his outbursts, so to speak? He was arrested back in September of '94 with going to town, destroying the car of Casey Connor. I don't know if you're familiar with that. They were able to settle it out of court, but
I heard about it.
Jim, could he get spirited?
Jim is business.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Jim is like, if this can make me some money, I'm using it.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? So there were some bad times, but there were more good times than bad. I can't talk bad about him. I won't talk bad about him. I just won't.
I like him an awful lot. When I broke in the Indies when I was still in high school, the man that I worked, I don't know if you're familiar with Boston bad boy Tony Rumble, but he was smart. When Kevin Sullivan was booking WCW, when Nitro was hot, he would bring in Kevin often. And, you know, as a high school kid, I'm trying to listen and learn from these people. You know, these people I knew growing up. I was still growing up at that point. But then as WWF started to get hot in '97, he started to bring in Cornette, who was at one point involved in the booking team and then involved in the office. So, you know, again, my ear is just trying to listen to what these people would have to say about wrestling and learn. You know what I mean? As a high school kid, I mean, that was invaluable to me. So I think for all the people that knock Cornette for his comments on his podcasts and on Twitter and things like that, all I can say is they probably have never met him, and they don't understand the great passion and love he has for our industry.
Right.
So again, I'm like you. I couldn't think of a negative thing to say about the guy.
Can't do it. I won't do it.
Loves the business. Sometimes he's just a little outspoken about it, but you know, there's a few people in wrestling that are a little outspoken, believe it or not. What about Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert? I know he made at least a brief pit stop through Smoky Mountain.
I met him, but we never had any interactions with each other. I met him in Smoky Mountains, but we didn't talk.
Good talent?
Yeah.
He passed away, Mike. I think he was in his early 30s. He was pretty young when he passed. And that's a shame because, you know, according to those that I know, he was one that had a great mind for the business as far as creativity. 33 to be given spots at times, even in WCW on the booking team. You know, that says something right there. What about a man that went on to greater fame under different names, but in Smoky Mountain he was the Unabomb?
Kane.
Yeah.
He was cool. We never did any angles together, but I mean,
never worked with, because he was part of a tag team with Al.
With Al Snow, yeah. But we never crossed.
But a good guy overall?
Yeah.
Did you ever think he'd go on to run one of the biggest cities in all of Tennessee? Isn't that something?
I never thought about it.
Isn't that something, though? Yeah. I mean, my God, the people, think of the guys that worked with Jesse Ventura back in the 80s. Did they ever think he'd go on to run an entire state?
Right.
The things that happen in this business. Let me ask you this on a little bit of a more personal note. January 21st of 1995, New Jack gets arrested for assaulting a 14-year-old.
14?
14.
Who was that?
I don't know the name, but do you remember being arrested in January of 95?
Was that Mass Transit?
No, this was still Smoky Mountain.
Oh! Yeah.
What happened?
I came out of the ring, and this little guy reached up and grabbed me. Well, I didn't look to see how little he was. I just swung back, and I hit him in the head, and I got arrested. And I didn't go to court.
Did not?
No.
Okay.
So I had left Smoky Mountain. And I was so anti. I was like, I am never going to do another show in Tennessee again, ever.
Really?
But I had a warrant in that little town for failure to appear in court for hitting that guy. So when I was living in Cincinnati, and I had a house in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
When I would go home, I would drive down 75 to 64 and cut across.
You had to cut through.
And then hit 77 down to Charlotte and hit 85 and go home. That was a 12-hour drive. And I still hadn't went to court. When TNA signed me, the first thing Jarrett asked me, he said, do you have any warrants in Tennessee? He said, because we've been told you got warrants everywhere. I said, well, I do. He said, well, before we put it out there that you working for us, you got to get it taken care of. So I called. Actually, I had gotten arrested for hitting the little guy, but I pushed the cop. Oh. And he fell down and scraped his elbow. So I had charges for fighting the cop.
Yeah.
By the time I went to TNA, that warrant was like 9 years old.
Yeah.
So I called the district attorney's office. They put me through to the warrant division. And they said, the cop that you got into that fight with, that's how they put it, that fight. They said, he's deceased. You didn't kill him, but he's deceased.
Yeah.
They was like, if you pay the court costs and the fine, we'll withdraw the warrant. So I had to pay for that. And I had to bring the papers to Jeff Jarrett. But the little receipt they gave me was showing that the charge had been dismissed. I kept them in my car for like a year.
Just in case you get pulled over? Or how much was the fine?
It was like $300 and something.
Oh, it wasn't that bad.
No.
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 Oh, well, so you got out of it pretty easy then. Yeah, you just you just no-showed the court date, that's all. $300 and you're in with TNA.
Yeah.
20 some odd years later. Again, funny how it works out, wrestling fans. We got the signal from the back. We're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Extreme with New Jack. Check out theonlynewjack.com while you wait.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s live wrestling and Fanfest celebration Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Mirade.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders, having fun reliving the Smoky Mountain days with New Jack. You probably don't get asked about that as often as you do your ECW trials and tribulations when you do interviews like this?
No.
No. Well, it's kind of fun probably then, like a trip down memory lane. April the 7th, 1995, just a couple of days after WrestleMania 11 in Hartford, Connecticut, you wind up in a match with the one, the only, the man that was guided by this guy, The Undertaker. Memories of wrestling The Undertaker in Smoky Mountain.
We had a good time. And he was like, after the match, he came up to me. He said, New Jack, everybody that I talked to, they said you was going to be impossible to work with. He said, most of the guys was like, you can't work with him. He said, but if there's anything I can ever do for you, if you need help, he said, call me. Because we put that motherfucker's ass over. And one of the funny things I did that night, I had a tooth pulled that day. So we show up, and my jaw is swollen. I can't talk. And I was like, Mustafa, let's go to Walmart. He said, for what? I said, just trust me, let's go to Walmart. He was like, all right. So we go to Walmart. I go in the toy section. And I bought this baby doll. It was about this high. We came to the ring. And I walked in the ring. I had on this long trench Raider jacket. And I had the baby doll stuck down in my jacket with a noose around his neck. And I stood there and held it up and just let it swing back and forth. And they lost their motherfucking mind. Mark was like,
Was he in the ring at this point or no?
yeah.
Oh, he already did his entrance? Yeah.
He was like, oh God, right? And every time he would come near me, I would scream and run. He grabbed me by my shirt. I almost ran out my shirt trying to get away from him. And he was like, Jack, if they put my character over like that in WWF, it would be so much easier to do. He said, but what you did was the way it was supposed to be done.
You ran like it was Michael Myers coming after you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, and he always told me, he said, if there's anything I can ever do to help you out, let me know.
Was Paul Bearer there too?
Yeah.
Did you interact with him at all?
Yeah.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was cool.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, I thought he was cool.
Oh, we miss him.
Yeah.
Still, we have our tribute to him on the set. The match, though, it was him and Tracy Smothers against you guys in a flag match. What kind of a flag match were you guys having?
I had a flag made. It was a black flag with a white X in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
They had the rebel flag. So the loser got buried under the flag.
Okay.
So we had cheated on Tracy, and we beat Tracy and Bob, I think.
The second night you did a 6-man.
Yeah.
With Armstrong.
Yeah. But we buried him in that flag. So the Undertaker was brought in to help them get revenge on us. And that's how it happened.
Were you pumped to find out that you were working Undertaker when you found out when you were doing the build to it?
Not really.
Really? Huh? One of the big names in the industry like that? It didn't.
I mean, I was flattered. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I didn't fucking mark the fuck out. I was just like, I'm working Undertaker. I mean, good. You know what I mean? Yeah.
One of the big Smoky Mountain events, Volunteer Slam in May of 1995. You again worked with Bob Armstrong, and he teamed with, probably the first time you worked with the man, Terry Funk, another hardcore legend. Memories of Terry Funk.
I don't remember.
You don't remember the match? Really? Oh.
No.
Thoughts on Terry in general?
I like Terry.
You like Terry?
I like him. He ain't too crazy about me.
Why is that?
Because he did a banquet. And this was the first ECW pay-per-view we were supposed to do. But they said because I stayed up cut mass transit, that the show got canceled.
Oh.
I had been snorting coke all night. Which I don't do it anymore. Seriously, I don't. But I had been snorting all night. And Paulie asked me to go up and cut a promo about Terry Funk in the banquet. He said, make it about 3 or 4 minutes long. Well, 30 minutes later, I was still cutting this promo. And when it was Terry Funk's time to come up, he came up after me. He jumped up and ran around the inside of the building, ran out to the bathroom, and came back in and went to the podium and did his promo.
Now, why was that?
He wanted to try to take the heat off of me.
But what would run into the bathroom do?
I have no idea. I never asked him. I never asked him. But he did.
Huh. So that's why you don't think he's a big New Jack fan, because of that night in question?
I did it twice.
What do you mean you did it twice? 2 banquets?
He had another banquet, and I want to say it was 2010. And I was there. High again.
Cocaine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every time somebody would go up to the podium and cut a promo about Terry, I would jump up and run up there and say some off-the-wall shit and go back and sit down.
You were doing high run-ins during the banquet.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't think Terry likes me.
Well, that's still...
Which I don't blame him.
You did high run-ins during a banquet to the man.
Twice.
A tribute to the man.
Twice.
Where else can you get this kind of content, folks? This is a true original.
And
this is a genuine human being. Whether you like what he's saying or hate what he's saying, this is a genuine human being.
Terry, I told you I was sorry.
Are you sorry now?
Yeah.
You are. You know what? If you're genuinely sorry, accept the apology.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Cauliflower Alley Club is going to extend an invitation if they see this interview, but I think it would make for a very memorable banquet out in Las Vegas to have you there.
Yeah.
Dear God. So what was going on? Pretty much right around that time you were wrapping up in Smoky Mountain. Did you have a contract with Smoky Mountain? Did you have a verbal agreement with Smoky Mountain? How did the relationship start to come to an end?
People in Kentucky and West Virginia was complaining a lot. A lot of sponsors.
Oh, you guys were too much.
Was complaining. They was like, that's a bit much. So Cornette went from it was making money to now it's a problem.
Uh-huh.
So he told me that our run was up in 3 weeks.
Oh, he gave you notice?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know.
Well, I had been talking to Paulie and Todd Gordon at ECW. And Todd told me, he said, we want to use y'all, but we want y'all to come up next week. I wasn't familiar with this promoter war, you know, the Booker war.
Right.
I wasn't familiar with all that. So I was like, okay, cool. And they paid me. They paid me good.
Better than Smoky Mountain?
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
And I told Cornette, I said, well, he was a job down. He said, well, Jack, I need you for 3 more weeks. I said, I can't stay. I said, because what they want to give us is indefinite. I said, what you want to give us is 3 weeks.
Couple weeks.
I said, so it's time for me to go. So we fell out.
You had a bad falling out at the end?
Yeah, me and Cornette fell out. Over the years, we made it better. Because he was doing a shoot DVD for, was it kayfabe commentaries?
I think I've seen that. Yep.
And me and Mustafa was walking up the hall, and the security guy was outside the door. He was like, "Shh, be quiet."
They had a security guard outside the door?
Yeah.
Really? Huh.
I was like, "Shh, be quiet," but what? He's a Cornette doing the promo. I said, "He's in there?" He said, "Yeah." So I pushed him out the way. Opened the door. Cornette was like, and I started singing, "Why can't we be friends? Why can't we?"
So has this been the first time you'd seen him?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
In years.
Wow, okay. So he didn't know what to expect.
He was scared to death. So he started singing the song with me. And we was like, "Can we be friends again?" Yeah. And that buried it.
Looking back at it now, can you understand why he was so pissed, or he invested a lot of time in you guys and you didn't wrap up the way he would have liked to?
Yeah, I understood totally.
Yeah. Did you understand then?
Yeah.
Yeah. You just wanted the money.
I wanted to get it. I mean, like I said.
Well, you had a good spot you were walking into. I'm sorry, in ECW. Yeah.
Yeah, they put us with Public Enemy right off the bat.
Was there a chance where maybe you could have finished up with them on off dates from ECW, or did ECW not want you to do Smoky Mountain?
They wanted, Paul D and Cornette had heat.
Okay.
And I didn't know it.
So you were just kind of stuck in the middle, kind of.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. If you had the opportunity to, would you have finished up on an off ECW night with Smoky Mountain? No. You didn't even want to go back. When you were done, you were done.
I was done.
All right. Well, that's perfect, because we got a cue from the back. We're going to take a brief time out. It's finally that time. We're going to talk about how the hardcore icon started to get extreme in ECW. Again, it's only newjack.com. Get this great book. If you missed it during the Cyber autograph signing we had, he has plenty available at New Jack Estates, somewhere down in the beautiful Carolina areas, a gated community, of course. You have to have it mailed to you. You can't go to the front door. We'll be back after this brief time out, folks. Stand by.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Mirade.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Well, you know what, fans? It is the month of May, but we're going to play a little April Fool's prank on you. We just said we were going to start to examine New Jack's time in Extreme Championship Wrestling with Paul Heyman, Todd Gordon, and all those great, unique, eccentric, wild, brawling superstars. But I didn't realize I got the third cue. My good friend John C. Riley's offspring in the back over there just gave me a fist. It was actually the wrap-up to the show. So as we finish this one, New Jack, any final memories of Smoky Mountain? Anything really good? Anything really bad? Beyond trying to find some lovely ladies to try and zibba-zabba with?
I am fucking married, and you are not going to throw me up under the bus. No. I had fun at Smoky Mountain. I learned a lot from the Rock and Roll Express, Tracy Smothers, Dirty White Boy. I couldn't have picked a better fucking group of people to help me out. And I will always give them guys credit. They helped me like a motherfucker. Tracy, rest in peace. I love you much, bro. Ricky and Robert, y'all will always be my number one. Dirty White Boy, I don't know where you at these days, but you probably fatting out of shape with a bald head. But if you are listening to this, pay attention. You are still my motherfucker. Please believe it.
A lot of great veterans for you to learn from there in Smoky Mountain.
Yeah.
Simple way to sum it up, kind of?
Yep.
Now, I would be remiss, before we go, as it always comes up, whether it be Marty or the Sheik, what was the medicine situation like down there? Was it kind of tame compared to ECW?
I wasn't fucking with no medicine when I was Smoky Mountain. I wasn't doing
maybe
it.
Maybe a little this. I know Bob Armstrong loved a little of that.
I never smoked weed.
Really?
No.
You were a true medicine man, as the
Yes.
Sheik would say.
When I hit ECW, I tried to start up Columbia, but that was ECW. Smoky Mountain, it never happened.
You were clean.
Yeah.
What about even an adult beverage?
Oh, I drink.
Yeah, but that was it.
Yeah.
Good for you. All right. All right, wrestling fans, you learned a little bit more about Jim Cornette and Smoky Mountain and New Jack's point of view for such a great promotion that unfortunately didn't last much longer after New Jack left and went to ECW. But in our next episode, folks, get ready to get extreme. We got some great content coming your way. Again, I thank New Jack for being here with us.
Thank you, man.
Again, folks, if you did miss the Cyber autograph signing we had back on May the 8th, check out this book. He was actually nice enough. He gave me a copy off the air. It is pristine. You're going to love some of the stories in it, his trials, his tribulations in life. The best way to get it is to head on over to theonlynewjack.com. As let me tell you, brother, there's only one New Jack. For our friend New Jack, I'm Dan Mirade. We'll see you next time on Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Good night.
Throw it up.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Mirade.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because he got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders. I'm Dan Mirade, along with New Jack, the author of this acclaimed autobiography you can find at the only newjack.com. If you didn't join us May the 8th for our live cyber session, at least, we got stuff cooking in June. We're going, hopefully you're going to be one of our regulars coming in now. We've been having a hell of a lot of fun with everything we're doing here on Wrestling Insiders with New Jack. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my dear friends at Noel Salon over at 347 Pleasant Street. downtown Malden, Massachusetts. If they can make my dilapidated self look halfway decent, imagine what they can do for you. For information for all your hair needs, visit noelsalon.com. Cheap plug for our great friends over there. This is actually one of the stylists. She had a little bit of an interest in you, New Jack. I had to tell her that you were a married man, but if this was back in the 90s, a woman we call her Sarge Russo, would have, she would have helped the cause in the USWA.
Gave me a run for my money.
She would have Sarge would have given you a run for the money, baby.
Well, I got one, gave me a run for my money at home. I appreciate it, dear.
Well,
but it's all gone.
Sarge, you're out of luck. Oh boy, and it would have been extreme if you ever saw her, brother. She's not the most petite one, but that's all right. That's why we call her a Sarge. Anyway, nothing against Bob Remus, but ECW, it's time to get extreme. You left Smoky Mountain, you went in to ECW. What was the pitch from Paul Heyman and Todd Gordon when you made contact with them? Or did you reach out to them? Did they reach out to you? What happened?
Al Snow told me to call Todd Gordon.
Uncle Al, as we call him.
Yeah. So I did. And then he gave me Paulie's number. But I was talking mostly to Todd.
Mm-hmm.
And Todd was like, we want you to come up next week. And I was like, oh, that's going to be a problem with Cornette. But since my run was up in Smoky Mountains, I didn't give a fuck. So I was like, I'm leaving. Mustafa was like, whatever you do, I'm doing. So we left and went to ECW. And that was an experience. Bruh. That was an experience. From the work, the locker room, the after show, the after party, the whole nine was a fucking experience.
We're going to get there. We're going to dissect it from A to Z because there is so much to cover. But take us back to your first night, June the 17th, 1995. What was your expectation headed into barbed wire hoodies and choke slams? Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the ECW arena, not too far from those two places that has the steak and cheese sandwiches that I like.
Yeah. Well, the angle was we were supposed to attack the Public Enemy. And the police was going to handcuff us and take us out the building.
Really? Oh, that was going to be hot.
It got back to my mom that I had gotten arrested.
In this angle?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she didn't know it was an angle. And she was like, you just went up there and you getting in trouble already. I was like, bitch, shut up. I'm like, it's an angle. Leave me the fuck alone. Me and my mom, we never got along. So we did it. The cops took us out the building, took us around the corner. We got a ride to the hotel. And we stayed in a hotel out by the airport, away from all the fans.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't until the next time we came to ECW that I got exposed to fans hanging out with the wrestlers. And it was a ride.
Was it at that, what was it, a Holiday Inn?
Travelodge.
I'm sorry.
The Holiday Inn came later. But
it was later on, yeah.
But it was a Travelodge.
Yeah.
We had a good time. Had a good time.
Were you expecting the atmosphere that you walked into?
No.
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 Was it, immediately the proverbial sex, drugs, and rock and roll? First night in, or?
No, it took me a couple of months before I started doing drugs. No, I said about a year.
So you were with ECW for about a year, and still pretty much your only recreational vehicle was just drinking a little? Yeah?
Yeah.
It's pretty, actually, pretty good.
Yeah. We had a good time.
A lot of women?
Yeah. I was married at the time, so I still couldn't fuck around.
Really? All right.
But we got divorced.
All right, well, in the middle of that run.
And that's when all bets was off. Sure did.
So you were a loyal man.
Yeah.
You were, that's admirable.
Of course.
So no drugs, no women, just extreme wrestling to start your stint there in the company.
Yep.
What did you think of working with the Johnny and Ted? I'm drawing a blank. What was his name?
Johnny Grunge and Ted.
No, Johnny Grunge and Ted. But what was Ted's work name? Rocco Rock.
Yeah.
Okay. Your initial memories of working with the two of them, two guys I had some experiences with myself over the years, especially Johnny.
I love working with them guys, man. We had the ball, and we tore the place apart. We tore it apart. And the fans loved it.
That was a feud.
Yeah.
That was a feud.
Yeah.
And even with all the singles talents and singles titles they had, when you guys first came in, who was closing out the shows at the ECW arena?
The Gangsters and Public Enemy. Off the bat.
Right off the bat.
Straight off the bat.
Right off the bat.
Yep, straight off the bat. The Gangsters and Public Enemy.
I think it was the next, back then they used to run the ECW arena, sometimes twice a month, depending upon how the calendar would work out. Every 3 weeks is how it worked. You guys were hot and heavy. You were put into the main event spot right away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you surprised by that? Did you know that was coming?
I just took it as I knew I was over. I'm like, we must be doing something right. They putting the straps. We fighting for the fucking titles. Right off the bat, we doing something good. Something work.
Did you have I know back then it was a little different, but was there any kind of a contract that you had at that point, or were you working on a verbal agreement, night to night, verbal agreement?
Yeah.
Was it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or anything like that, or no?
It was weekly.
Weekly? So you could have been gone at any time.
Yeah.
If it didn't work out well.
Yeah, if it didn't work out,
that wouldn't have been that good. But I mean, what were your thought of the rabid fans that would go to the ECW arena? I mean, you talk about, I'm sure they weren't using some of the language that maybe you were accustomed to getting in Smoky Mountain, but as far as the passion and the anger and it was a different breed down there.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
It was different. It was some different shit. It was altogether different.
They wanted to be part of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They come in there, they had the shirts off, the shirt tied around the head, the hats on backwards, paint, just the whole nine. It was just something totally different.
Not what you were expecting?
No. And you could tell every week, every time the TV show would air, you would see more of this. The first time I saw TV, it was 2 fans holding up the eggs. Next time I saw, it was 10, then 20, then the whole goddamn building.
It was like Al Snow at the Heads later on.
Yeah.
Started with a couple and then snowballed.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, what about merchandising? What was it like then? Did you get a certain percentage of the T-shirts that were sold? Or?
At the time, we didn't have a merchandise deal. Me and Sandman was getting our shirts made. And we would go out in the parking lot and sell them out of the car.
You made your own?
Yeah. So then, one night, Paulie came with me. He said, Jack, come here. He said, look at that camera. He said, tell me, what do you see? I said, I see a bunch of white people. He said, no. What do you see? I said, what am I looking for? He said, look how many New Jack t-shirts you see in the audience. And I hadn't paid any attention. So I was like, okay, I see a lot. He said, let's make a deal. He said, we can guess how many shirts you sell for the weekend. I'll start making your shirts, and I'll give you a raise. As to guesstimate how many shirts you sell.
So you never got a cut of actual T-shirt merchandise, you just got a raise as far as your overall pay went?
He would guess how many shirts I would sell on the weekends. And he added that into my pay. So I stopped bringing my shirts and I let him sell them. And he made them.
He sold your shirts or he made his own?
He made them.
He made his own, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he paid me what he would guess that we made, and that's how it worked.
Did you think that was a good deal as opposed to getting just a straight?
I was tired of lugging them goddamn shirts everywhere.
No, but I mean, some guys, you get 10, 15% or whatever it might have been. Do you think you did? What's that?
He paid us.
You think you did better as a result of that?
Yeah.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. At the time you came in, another program that was going on that was pretty unique. I know you'd work with at least one of the gentlemen as time would go on at ECW, but the Rottens were having these Taipei death matches with glass and all sorts of crazy things. Any memories of that going on while you guys were making your hot debut with Public Enemy? Did you feel like you had something odd you had to follow up on?
Well, when we came in, Ian and Axel was doing an angle where they had a match with Public Enemy. No, they had a match against each other, and then Public Enemy interfered in the match.
You guys came out, right.
And then we came out and interfered.
And I think it was that Taipei deathmatch thing.
Yeah.
Which was pretty, wasn't there glass involved?
Mm-hmm.
And so did you feel like you had something big you had to follow up on after that? Or, because I mean, that was pretty unique shit.
I was with it.
You were with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you feel like once you came to ECW after feeling the landscape out after a month or two, maybe you had to up the ante a little bit where there were a lot of guys working that style as opposed to Smoky Mountain? I can't imagine in Smoky Mountain there were too many guys that were similar to the Gangsters, style-wise.
I mean, like I said, we was doing the street fights in Smoky Mountain.
Right.
But when I hit ECW, that's what they was doing. So that fit right what we was doing from Smoky Mountain. So we just kept it going.
You didn't up it, you just kept it as it was.
Yeah.
I got you. All right, wrestling fans, I'm getting the cue from the back as we continue this great talk of the Gangsta, this man New Jack's introduction to ECW. We'll be back after this brief timeout with more Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Mirade.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to this crazy studio as we continue our adventure here on Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Dan Mirade along with New Jack.
Sir.
I'm sure you visited the onlynewjack.com for all of your New Jack needs, including this awesome autobiography I have been reading every night before I go to bed. I don't even want to shut the light off. I want to keep enjoying the story. Hopefully you feel the same way about these talk shows, because New Jack is going to be joining us quite a bit, I think, as time goes on here at the studio. Let me ask you this. There were a lot of talent that was departing the company as you guys were coming in. The Monday Night Wars were going to get started in September with Raw and Nitro. Everybody was looking for talent, and ECW, for better or worse, was a great place to try and cherry pick some of that talent from. Some guys, some girls you might have encountered in your time there that were leaving around the same time. The Steiner brothers had a cup of coffee in ECW, which a lot of people forget. Did you interact with them at all?
We talked. We never worked each other.
And what did you think of the Steiners?
They was cool. I liked them.
Would you like to have worked the Steiners?
Yeah.
That would have been an interesting style contrast, I guess.
Yeah.
That would have been an interesting one. Yeah. Yeah. What about the Vampire Warrior, better known as Gangrel?
Yeah, I like Gangrel.
His cup of coffee, I mean, his run there, I think, is when you'd call more of a cup of coffee. He wasn't a mainstay. And I'm not a big fan of intergender wrestler by any stretch of the imagination, but Luna Vachon wrestled some men in ECW. Any memories?
That was my girl.
Any memories of Luna?
Yeah, I love Luna.
What did you like about Luna?
She was just cool. Every time she saw me, she'd be like, New Jack. I'd be like, Luna. She got mad at Eric Sims one night at a signing. And she was cursing Eric for everything it was worth. And I walked up, and she just came and grabbed me. She was like, New Jack, I fucking hate him. I said, do you? I said, I do too. I was just fucking with her though.
I do three.
Yeah. But no, Luna was cool. Yeah.
I remember she got an award, the Cauliflower Alley Club Award, a couple of years before she passed. And she was, you could tell, very truly touched. Her speech was only 2 or 3 minutes long, and she was watering up, and it meant a lot to her. And another Luna side note, she actually beat the fuck out of one of our co-hosts, Oscar, in an elevator over in Europe. I don't know what led to it, but you know Luna could have that angry side to her if you get her at the wrong time, wrong place. And poor Oscar got it. Oscar got it good over at some WWF European tour they were on together. But sad to see Luna go. What about Dean Malenko, a man that many thought was having some masterpieces at the time, leave the company?
I didn't like him.
How come?
I just didn't. He just wasn't my cup of tea. I didn't like him. We spoke, but that was as far as it went. I never worked him. I didn't want to work him. He didn't want to work me. Him, Benoit, they didn't want no part of the gangsters.
Because of their style, you think?
Yeah.
Or? Okay. What
and they knew they would have got the shit beat out of them.
Former WWE World Champion before he wound up passing away, Eddie Guerrero.
I like that.
And what did you like about Eddie?
Me and Eddie was just cool. Every time we would see each other after we go home for the weekend, we come back. I go to the airport. I see him in the airport. And we used to do this stupid shit all the time. Nothing can keep us apart. I don't know where it came. It came from that fucking movie. Oh my God, what's the name of that movie? Color Purple. It came from The Color Purple.
I don't remember that spot from The Color
But
Purple.
the two girls were saying, nothing can keep us apart. And me and Eddie used to do that all the time. And when he died, I was hurt. Yeah.
That was a tough one. Do you know Vicky at all?
No.
She was here in the studio. She's, what a nice, classy lady. I like her an awful lot. Another guy that left the company around the time you were coming in, kind of a sensitive name that comes up in the world of professional wrestling, the late Chris Benoit.
I ain't like him. I hated him.
Even at that point?
When he killed Nancy, I hated him. I hated that motherfucker for that. I hated him.
Well, at that point in ECW, did you have any thoughts either way before any of that happened?
No. After I found out, because I kept hearing that he killed his wife, but I didn't put two and two together. I forgot that he was married to Nancy. And then once I found out that it was Nancy, I went nuts. I was doing promos and interviews and all kind of shit, and I ate his ass alive. I hated him. To this day, I still hate him. He's been dead now for what?
13, 14 years?
I fucking
It'll be in
hated
June,
that motherfucker.
Yeah. But was it because you were close with Nancy?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I knew her, I'll always know her as Nancy Sullivan because, as I mentioned earlier, Kevin used to come in a lot with Tony Rumble. So, Nancy would, from time to time, pop in too. I remember, you weren't on the show, but the first time ECW ran here in New England, it was November of '95 at Champs Arena in Salisbury Beach. And again, I'm in the 10th grade. And we went and we got Sandman, Grunge, and Nancy over at the Holiday Inn Hotel across the street from Kowloon. Here I am, a 15-year-old fucking kid. You can imagine what might have been going on in the room for a 15-year-old kid.
Yeah.
But I just remember I was sitting on the bed with Nancy. She was so nice, talking about Kevin and things like that. And that fucking day, I remember that weekend leading into what had happened, TNA was up here having a tour for the first time, and we helped promote their shows. And the guys were all talking on the Sunday show, geez, what the fuck is going on that would make Benoit miss the pay-per-view that night? Because he was in one of the featured matches on the WWE pay-per-view that Sunday night. And then the next day to learn what, I'm getting chills right now, the next day to learn what had happened.
Right.
I mean, what would make someone go to the lengths to do that is what I don't understand.
It was fucked up, man. And that motherfucker had a goddamn mental problem. It was fucked up.
A lot of people, if at times, put the heat on concussions. Do you think maybe his brain was mashed and he was, no?
Dude, I got hit in the head. I cracked my fucking skull. All of my kids are still alive. Baby mama's still alive. So that was bullshit. That was bullshit.
Do you remember where you were when you found out? I can remember the exact spot, the exact moment. I was standing in my bedroom and a friend of mine texted me, did you hear what happened with Benoit? No. He said, you should go online. And I looked. Yeah. She deserved a better fate.
Yeah.
You know, people knock Kevin for this and that, but you know what? Kevin never did anything
Kevin didn't do that shit.
Kevin never did anything like that. No, I'm getting... And I remember the weekend of, would have been a few years before, WrestleMania 20, Superstar Billy Graham, who we had helped out with when he was almost dead with his liver problem. He was nice enough to get tickets and whatnot to the show, Hall of Fame banquet in WrestleMania. And I remember the little kid there with Chris. That was the night he won the title in the triple threat match with Michaels and Triple H. And I just, you know, that's just one that'll always stick with you, you know?
Yeah.
She was just fun, spirited, Boston girl. And for that to happen over nothing, you know? But moving along in the world of ECW, a lot more great talents that you came across. How was the Public Enemy feud getting over with the fans? I mean, they didn't put you on all the house shows initially. They kind of worked you into the TV first to get you guys over as true superstars. What was it like doing the quote-unquote ECW loop? You know, you had Reading, you had Plymouth Meeting, you had all those types of towns. What was the reaction like outside of the ECW arena?
I mean, it was cool. The fans accepted it. They was like, you know, street motherfuckers against street motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was like, let's go see who's gonna win.
Yeah.
And we would goddamn go out there and we would destroy shit.
And it worked.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say, you know what, they weren't technical masterpieces, but they weren't going for technical masterpieces.
Right.
They wanted to see some guys kick the shit out of each other.
Right.
You even had an event named after you that summer. That must have been kind of a cool feeling. Gangsta's Paradise.
Yeah.
When you worked with Public Enemy, I think it was a 6-man. Yeah, it was you and the ECW champion, the Sandman, against Public Enemy and Mikey Whipwreck.
Yeah.
What was it like trying to go the 6-man route, trying to incorporate?
It was the same thing.
Yeah.
It was the same thing.
Any memories of Sandman?
Me and Sandman used to get high.
How often?
All the time. Every goddamn weekend.
Every goddamn weekend? We had Sandman here before. He was a good guy. I liked him. It had a wrestling event, not just here in studio. But what about Mikey Whipwreck, a guy that you'd look at him and you'd say, that guy doesn't fit in with what they're trying to do
Mike
in
was
ECW.
cool.
Yeah.
He was cool.
And he had a long run there outside of his, I think he left for a while to go to WCW. But he came back eventually because he was doing that tag team with Tajiri and Jim Mitchell. But good guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. One I failed to mention that worked a few shots, I don't remember, it escaped me, but in my research for it, I came across it. Our Thursday night partner in crime here on this talk show series, Party with Marty Jannetty. He did 4 or 5 shots with ECW. Do you remember that? Yeah.
I don't remember that.
No, I don't even think he does. Do you think he would have been a good asset to ECW? Maybe not as a brawler, but just as kind of a ring general? I mean, one of the great tag team wrestlers of all time, I think.
I mean, if he works him out like Van Damme, then yeah, he would have did all right. But if he tried to work with us, we would have killed him.
Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't have been the style for him. No, not by any stretch of the imagination. But I just thought it was hysterical that Marty was an ECW guy, at least for a few shots. It was like a Florida tour. Jim Neidhart even worked it.
Right.
No recollection of any of that, though.
No.
It was so short. What did you think about the debut of Steve Austin coming kind of out of the blue after WCW canned him with a broken neck and he decided to go extreme and pretend he was Hulk Hogan?
I never paid him any attention.
Why is that?
I just didn't. I didn't like him.
Why?
I just didn't. It was just, I mean, some people I like, some people I take to, and then there's just some people I can just look at and be like, I don't like that motherfucker.
You just get a vibe right off the bat? Yeah. Well, he wasn't stone cold then, but the fans certainly had a lot of fun with him doing the Hulk Hogan imitations and so on and so forth.
I think I saw a promo where he did about that.
Yeah, they were kind of funny, I have to say. It certainly wasn't what he would go on to be a year or two later in WWF, oh, that's for sure. All right, fans, we're getting the cue from the back. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with Wrestling Insider Extreme. Wrap up the show. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s live wrestling and Fanfest celebration Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Dan Mirade here with New Jack. We're having a blast with these episodes. We finally got into the ECW days. The Gangsters and Public Enemy are at war headlining main events with some top-tier talent in the company, which I think shows just the belief that Paul Heyman and/or Todd Gordon had in what you guys were doing. You were over as fuck, so to speak.
Yep.
A great feeling to go to the arena knowing that you had that kind of support, whether they loved you, they hated you, they wanted to see you get in there and kick ass or get your ass kicked.
Yep.
What did you think about the debut of some of the luchadors that would come to ECW to try and spicing things up?
I never watched it.
Never. Did you ever interact with Rey Mysterio when he came in?
I mean, we would speak, but to watch their matches, I'd rather eat bugs. I didn't watch their matches. I would go up at the top and sit down and get dressed and just sit there. That luchador shit, I never got into it. I didn't like it.
It's almost like, what do they call those shows out in Vegas? Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Kind of, it's certainly a different style than what you saw in ECW, but to their credit, the fans kind of ate it up for a while. They didn't have
the fans liked it, but I didn't.
Yeah. I think it added variety to the show instead of, because you know what, I think if he had a show with 7, 8, 9 matches where everybody brawled like you guys, by the time you guys went out for the main event, they'd seen a lot of brawling like that. You know what I mean? When you had guys flying, flipping, flopping, spinning, and doing all that shit, you know, for 20 minutes, it was a distraction from all the violence that was a big part of the rest of the show. You know what I mean?
Right.
One man's opinion. You worked with many, many, many varieties of Dudleys. What did you think of that, especially early on when they were just kind of comedic goofs when you first debuted, before they really stuck with the core of Bubba Ray and Devon with Big Dick as the bodyguard? I know there was Dudley, there was Dances with Dudley, there was Dudleys galore. What did you think of the more comedic Dudleys that were meant for fun? I wasn't a fan of that, but you worked there.
I personally don't like Bubba and Devon. Okay. When they went to WWE, they was wearing tie-dye.
Where'd they get that?
Okay, that's what they was wearing when they was in ECW.
No, that's what I mean. Where did they get that idea?
Okay, but then they started wearing camouflage, which is what I wore. They changed their ring intro music at the beginning, how mine used to come out with the missile drop. They changed that to theirs.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So I have no respect for neither one of them motherfuckers. And it's not a secret. I don't like them.
What about when you were in ECW?
We taught them a lot. Me and Mustafa, me and Conda, we taught them a lot. But that's when they were still Bubba and Devon. But then all of a sudden they go to Vince and they then became the Gangsters.
A lot of similarities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got no respect for them.
Other than the shopping cart, maybe.
Yeah. I got no respect for them.
Well, you know what? We had Devon, and it wasn't a great experience, I guess you could say. I really don't know Bubba Ray all that well, but we'll get more into the Dudleys as time goes on. But right now I'm talking more along the lines of the goofy ones. There was an Indian Dudley and Dances with Dudley and Dudley. And did you think that fit what was going on in ECW? Did you think maybe it needed a little comedic break during the show for you guys to go kick their ass?
Dude, I never... It's hard for me to comment about people I don't like.
You didn't like those Dudleys either?
No.
The one... If they were a Dudley, you hated the whole fucking family.
Bubba was the biggest ass kisser in the locker room. He had his mouth around Paulie's dick like it was a Georgia sport. You know what I mean? And I didn't like him. I didn't like him. I didn't like him.
You ever come across them at Fanfest and whatnot nowadays?
Huh?
Did you ever come across them at like a Fanfest nowadays?
Yeah.
Do they speak or
Yeah.
no?
I don't speak.
Oh. You stick to your guns. That's one thing we can say about you. One triple threat match that was set up to headline a show at the arena. It wasn't just you and Public Enemy. They added Raven and Stevie Richards to the mix to put the tag team titles onto them. Your memories of Raven and Stevie Richards?
Well, it was supposed to be Raven and Stevie Richards in the Blue Meaning.
Okay.
And something happened with Stevie Richards, and they replaced him with Chad Austin.
Okay.
And I beat the shit out of Chad. Because Chad had came to me in Smoky Mountains, and he was like, I'm an agent for ECW. And he was like, can we do this, and this in the ring? And I was like, I thought you was the agent. Shouldn't you be calling the goddamn match? And when he got in the ring, I beat that boy, dude. I beat the shit out of him. Look it up. New Jack versus Chad Austin. That's what it's going to say.
In Smoky Mountain or ECW?
ECW.
ECW?
Yeah. I tried to kill him.
You disliked him that much?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how do you feel you did as far as what your mission was?
Oh, I got him. I got him. I was close to it.
And it was a singles match, not a tag?
No, it was a tag, but on the internet it says New Jack versus Chad Austin.
I got you. That's how you can find it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. What did you, any memories, thoughts on working with Raven and Richards?
I never worked Raven.
You did in that triple threat.
I don't remember.
You don't remember it? No. What did you think of Raven the guy? A lot of people say he's a very super intelligent individual.
He's in character. He stays in character. He might be intelligent, but I've never seen that part. He just stays in character.
What about Stevie Richards?
He's cool.
He's a good guy?
Yeah.
He had a couple of stints in ECW, even after he broke his neck. At one point, people thought he was done after he broke his neck, so it was good that he was even able to come back to work in ECW at that point. But did you like the triple threat matches, four-way matches, or did you prefer 2-on-2 tag matches?
It didn't matter. Long as I
Didn't
got
matter?
paid. Long as I got paid, I didn't give a fuck.
And you know, I think I know the answer to this, but a lot of people have asked the question, why is it that your music would just play continuously through your matches?
Because
which I thought was ingenious.
I told Paulie to let my music play through the whole match. He said, why? I said, it'll seem like a fight scene in the movie.
I never knew that was the reason why.
You know, and he said, it's not going to work. I said, try it. I said, if it don't work, scratch it. I said, but I just got this idea that it'll work. I said, try it. And the night that we did it, he came back and he apologized. He said, can you do that every night? I said, yeah. And we did.
Worked great.
Yeah.
And it just, one night you were just laying in bed and it kind of came to you?
Yeah.
Or, yeah?
I was actually watching the movie.
Oh,
I was at home watching the movie and they was fighting. And I was listening to the music more than I was watching them fight. And that's where I got it from.
And you know what? For better or worse, I can't think of anyone else they've ever done that with.
Nobody.
An original. Again. Would you remember the movie?
No.
No. It was that long ago, my God, yeah. But no, I think that's one thing that really made the Gangsters stand out, was that during this wild melee, this wild brawl, whether it be fighting in the ring, you know, jumping out of stands, jumping off of balconies, that cool fight music was playing through the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was ingenious of you. Mustafa made out well because of some of your ideas.
Yeah, yeah, he did.
I know you weren't a fan of the Luchadors, but Conan, Psychosis came in as well. Any memories of those guys?
Not really.
No, you didn't interact much with them? No. And what I thought was kind of a moment, you had Mikey Whipwreck become the ECW World Champion. I know you were a tag team guy, but did you think it fit having him as the ECW World Champion, the guy in the company?
I don't know because I never paid belts any attention.
You weren't a belt guy.
I never won the belt. And I would tell Paulie, don't put the belts on us. I said, because I don't need it.
You didn't want them.
I said, Taz needs a belt. Sabu needs a belt. I said, I don't need a belt. So just out of spite, I would take my belt and put it in the garbage can.
Jesus.
And run to the ring and throw it in the ring. And all of a sudden the belt pop out. And he was like, will you stop doing that? I'm like, no, because I don't need a fucking belt. And we got to understand that I didn't need a belt, so he stopped putting them on us.
As 95 started to wind down, Too Cold Scorpio became the ECW TV champion. I know belts aren't your thing, but any memories of Too Cold?
I like Scorp.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was good about Too Cold? Anything that stands out? Or?
Funny story. I was suspended one of many times from ECW. Scorp got like 5 kids. They're probably grown now. He called me one day. He said, Jack, where you at? I said, I'm at home. He said, I want to stop by and talk to you. I said, talk it down, you on the phone. He said, no, I need to see you in person. I said, all right, I'll meet you downstairs. I stayed in a high rise in Atlanta. Scorp comes by in a van, and it's got like 5 kids in it. So I come out to the curb. I'm like, what's up? He said, you still suspended, right? I said, yeah. He said, well, I need a favor. He said, can you babysit for me this weekend? I said, babysit who? He said, it's my weekend to have the kids, but I'm booked in Philly. So now I'm looking at all 5 of these kids sitting there staring at me. I'm like, Scorp, I ain't about to keep all them goddamn kids. He was like, Jack, I'm gonna take the first flight out Sunday morning to come home. I said, I'm not keeping them fucking kids. And he was like, just this weekend. I said, no. I said, you take them little motherfuckers with you. I said, I'm not about to keep them goddamn kids.
Take the minivan up to Philly.
Yeah. And he was like, all right, I understand. I said, you gonna have to understand. I said, because I'm not babysitting them 5 fucking kids.
If it was just 1 or 2, would you have taken them?
Hell no.
Oh, that's hilarious. Boy, do you know what he wound up doing with him in the end?
I have no idea.
No idea? No idea. All right, wrestling fans, again, we're winding down. Another great episode. Had a lot of fun here with New Jack as we continue his early months in Extreme Championship Wrestling. What a time it was in the world of wrestling. We're going to be hitting the point now where not only was ECW starting to get more popular and more popular and more popular by the month, but WCW and WWF were starting to show a little bit of life with their own Monday Night Wars going on between Raw and Nitro. We're going to continue the series, folks. If you're loving it, give us your thoughts in the premiere chat during the episode debut. If you don't watch us live, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. The super chat button is on. Don't forget to tip the bartender, as we say. Not that we'd ever have an adult beverage or anything like that going on. Never. Ever would we do anything like that. Don't forget about the Patreon fans. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. A little OJ for your breakfast.
Yeah.
Where you can help keep Wrestling Legends working and stream hundreds of studio shoot interview videos like this over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The nightlife may be dead due to coronavirus, But our eBay store is open 24/7. Tons of great merchandise like you see on this set. You can find the link in the description box below. And if you're looking for a great read, especially now that the summer is coming up, people like to go on vacation, they like to travel, they like to go to the beach. I'm telling you, if you're looking for a great read, right here, baby. And the place to get it, the only
newjack.com.
And it'll be mailed direct from the Carolinas with love. You can get it as is. I believe there are even autographed copies available. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Place to be, the only newjack.com. For our friend New Jack, I'm Dan Mirade. We will see you next time on Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Good night.
Peace.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product, so support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
I'm a little disappointed in you guys if you have not visited theonlynewjack.com and picked up a copy of this tremendous autobiography that New Jack has released. You can still do it now after the show, of course. We want you to stay with us through the duration, but New Jack will hopefully be with us on a regular basis going forward. We're going to have more cyber autograph signings when he is with us in the future, so it's a great way to interact with the fans live. We love to take your questions. Sometimes if we have something coming up on an episode, we don't want to go too far into the answer because we want you to watch the episodes. But we have a lot of fun when we go live. We got the best team in the business, Jack, in the other room.
Yeah.
What would we do without this team?
I don't know, man. The motherfuckers are great. They just fed me, thank God.
The John C. Riley of Boston Wrestling went out and got you your lunch.
Yeah.
We got Dave the intern, who I have never seen without his Corona mask. We've got Jackie the Joke Man. We got little Cena, who helped with the live streams. It's just a great group of people, and I am grateful to them. I hope they know it, even though they all think I'm crazy and insane, especially if they were listening to the stories we were talking about before we went on the air with this episode. It was not Thanksgiving, but it was a feast nonetheless. All right, back to ECW in 1995, even though what you went through in Gainesville was extreme.
Yes, it was.
Tell us, you seemed to vanish
ass nigger. Huh?
Towards the end of 95. You guys seemed to vanish for a while. Were you injured? Were you suspended? They had that Holiday Hell Tour and you were MIA.
I was suspended.
What did you do? What did you do now, I should say?
I hit Dances with Dudley in the head with a stick.
Now, I asked you about him on the last episode and you gave me no answers.
I was hungry. I couldn't think.
Tell us why you hated Dances with Dudley.
Okay. He came up to me and he was like, we putting y'all over. No, he says, I'm putting you over, but it's not like I want to.
Really? That's a ballsy thing to say.
I said, well, motherfucker, you need to take that with Paul E. I said, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I said, but a jobber is a jobber, and you are a fucking jobber.
I'm glad you told him that.
You know what I mean? So, we started the match. And he was being stiff with me.
All right.
And I was being stiff back with him. So, I shot him off, and I told him, I said, duck the clothesline. He came on the rope, and he barely put his head down. And I swung. I always swing neck level. That's it. I don't go no lower than your neck. And he just bent his head down, and I hit him in the nose. His nose started bleeding. He said, Jack, you broke my nose. I said, I told you to duck. He was like, no, you broke my fucking nose. I said, okay, you can get me back. I said, you can tater me back, what the fuck ever. If it makes you happy, go ahead and do it. So he started punching me. And he would chop me with his fist. He hit me in the head, hit me in the face. And I was like, what the fuck? And I said, don't forget who's doing the job. He was like, it ain't over.
And this is in the ring?
Yeah, we was having this conversation in the ring. And I was like, don't forget you said it. So it's time to go home. Picked him up, slammed him, went up, got a chair, dove off, hit him, 1, 2, 3. He said, it ain't over. I said, okay. He was in the ring. I rolled out of the ring. I went to the dressing room. And that's what everybody found out, that nightstick I had wasn't rubber. They all thought it was rubber. He walked in the door. I hit him in the head. He hit the ground. We started fighting. He bleeding everywhere. Fucking head busted wide open. So after they pulled us apart, Taz said, Jack, that wasn't fair. You had a stick. I said, Taz, suck my dick. I was like, fuck you, Peter. I'm like, kiss my motherfucking ass. You know what I mean?
Did you call him Peter?
Yeah. So, they got in between me and Taz. I said, let him go. I said, Taz don't want none of this. I said, let him go. So he was like, what the fuck, Jake? What the fuck? So they took me out the back door. Paul D comes in the back. He says, meet me in my room at the Holiday Inn at 2 o'clock. I'm just picking a time. I called Paul D. He got back to the hotel. I went up there to the room. He said, Jack, I got to send you home for a couple of weeks. I said, I don't give a fuck. I said, you still paying me, right? He was like, I'm going to keep paying you.
Oh, well.
But you got to go home for a couple of weeks. And we was into it, doing an angle with Public Enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So that next night, we were supposed to get the straps.
Oh.
But because I hit that motherfucker in the head with that stick, that nightstick, we was off the goddamn, they took us out. Sent us home. That's when Scorp came to my house with them goddamn kids. That was the same, now that I think about it, that was the same time that Scorp came to my house that next week with them fucking kids. Sure was. But Dancing with Dudley got his ass tore up that night. I tore his ass up.
Was Dances with Dudley known as a shooter, a dangerous guy, or anything? No? So what do you think the problem stemmed from? He just didn't want to do a job?
He didn't want to do a job to me.
Yeah. It didn't work out well for him. He did the job in more ways than one.
Oh, well.
Now, let me ask you this. When issues like this would arise, would it bother your partner at all?
I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it.
Why not?
Mustafa went and told Paulie. He said, Paulie, I can still work. I can work without Jack.
Full time? Or just on that suspension?
Full time.
Oh.
And that's when I told Mustafa. I said, Mustafa, I love you like a brother. I said, but understand something. I'm the gangsters. All right. I said, I am the gangster. I said, when they pay to come and see us, they paying to come and see me. Not us, but me.
No one's reaching out to Mustafa Saeed for appearances like this or autograph signings and things like that. Nothing against the man. I don't know him, but
I love him to death, but it is what it is.
it's the truth.
You know what I'm saying?
It's the truth.
And when he did that, Paulie was like, I don't want nothing to do with this. He was like, I don't want shit to do with this. But I told him, I said, dude, they didn't come to see us. They came to see me.
Paul Heyman had to have been smart enough to know where the value was in that tag team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah. So he internally probably laughed when Saeed came to him with the offer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like,
now, how did you find out?
Paulie told me.
Oh. Nothing like keeping peace between everybody, right?
He told me.
And what good did he think was going to come out of that in his locker room out of curiosity?
I have no idea. But that motherfucker just straight up snitched. He was like, Jack, y'all work it out. I said, ain't shit to work out. I said, he'll come back to work when I come back to work.
To play devil's advocate, do you think maybe he was worried that incidents he wasn't involved with might cost him his job?
He knew anytime I got suspended, he was going to. And yeah, he might have thought that. But it's like I said, and see, this is something that happened that was funny. I had some cases pending in Georgia. I had to go down there and turn myself in.
Oh, did you?
Paulie told me, he said, Jack, I have you out before the weekend's over, before the weekend comes. He said, you'll be on the next show. I said, Paulie, the only bondsman that's going to touch me is going out of town in 3 days. I said, you got to do the shit now. He said, consider it done. That motherfucker let that bail bondsman go out of town. And instead of me spending 3 days in jail, I spent 8 weeks.
What year was this now? Was this 95?
95.
Yeah. That's why you were gone for so long.
Yeah. So I came back to the arena and Joey Styles introduced us. I came to the ring, I grabbed the mic, and I cut this promo. But what I said was something that turned the fans, put them on my side.
What'd you say?
I said, I sit in jail over 2 months, almost 3 months. I said, I actually missed you motherfuckers. I said they had me watching WCW. I said, and that's when I would go to the bathroom and jack off. I said I couldn't stand that shit. I said, but it was watching. I said, but I actually miss you crazy motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They started chanting New Jack.
Good.
I went back to the locker room. Paulie said, come here. I said, what? He said, do you realize what you just did? I said, I cut a promo. He said, no. You just turned yourself into the biggest baby face in this locker room. He said, and ain't no going back. He said, if you fuck somebody's mother in the middle of the ring, no, he said grandmother. He said, if you fuck somebody's grandmother in the middle of the ring, he said they would cheer you on. He said, it ain't nothing you can do to go back and take that back. He said, nothing. And from that point on, I was a face. They would chant me and Mustafa. Merchandise sales went out the goddamn window. Paulie was paying me like it wasn't no fucking joke. Yes.
Let me ask you this. Were you and Mustafa making the same money?
Nope.
Good. I would think that'd be a little absurd, to be honest with you.
I found out one night Mustafa had to stay late because he had to talk to Paulie about something. We was done with promos. So I told Paulie, I said, give Mustafa my money when he's done talking to you. He said, okay. Now, mind you, our promos would go on to like 4 and 5 o'clock
Late
in the
night.
morning.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? A lot of people would take their bag with them, do promos, and go straight to the airport.
The airport, yeah.
I did it a few times. That motherfucker didn't give Mustafa my money. I kept calling him, and he finally answered the phone. He said, Jack, where are you? I said, I'm in my room. He said, I just got back to my room. He said, come to my room and get your money. I said, why wouldn't you give it to Mustafa? He said, Jack, you and Mustafa don't make the same amount of money. He said, you make twice as more than Mustafa. 3 times. He said, and I didn't want him to see that.
Sure.
So
yeah.
I just decided I'd hang on to it. He said, if I would have had to pay you next week when you came back, I'd have just had to hold your money. Or if I had the Western Union need your money, whatever the fuck, put it in your bank account, whatever the fuck. He said, but I couldn't give it to Mustafa.
And that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine the turmoil that would have caused if he found out at that point?
Yeah.
It would have been a lot of bullshit.
And see, it's fucked up. Like I said, it ain't me talking bad about it. I'm telling the truth. So it's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? But when me and Mustafa broke up,
nobody cared about him.
No. And the way we broke up was so fucked up. Mustafa missed the weekend. We was doing an angle with the Dudleys. We had just started working the Dudleys. Terry Funk was on a show in Cali. Mustafa was on a show in Cali. The same show. Terry Funk came up to me. He said, New Jack, I met your partners, your new partners. I said, what new partners? I said, what are you talking about? He said, oh, you didn't know? He said, I ran to Mustafa last week in California. And he came out to the ring with these 2 guys, and they called themselves the New Gangsters.
And what did you think of that?
I said, you bullshit me, right? He said, no. He said, oh, you didn't know. I went to Paulie. He had just put the straps on us. I told him, I handed him my belt. I said, take my belt. I said, here. He said, that's not mine, that's yours. I said, no, I'm not wearing this belt. I said, here. He said, what are you doing? He said, we just put them on you. I said, well, find a way to take them off. I said, because I'm not tagging with Mustafa no more.
You didn't trust him.
I said, so whichever one of us you don't book next week for the show, I understand. He said, well, I'm going to tell you now, Mustafa fired.
He knew you meant business.
He said, you going to tell him? I said, I'll tell him. I went and told him. I said, your services are no longer needed.
And how did he react to that? You being fired by his tag team partner.
He looked at me like, what? Dude, I was hot. I was fucking hot. You know what I mean? And we didn't speak again for like 5 years. They brought him back to do an angle with me and the Dudleys. And I agreed to do it, but when I saw him, I changed my mind.
You didn't want to do it.
I didn't want to do it. Paulie said, you gave me your word. And he was like, what are you going to do? I said, all right. I said, I'm a man of my word. I said, I'm going to do it. I said, but when this shit's done, I said, ain't no getting back together with me and Mustafa.
He wanted to put you guys back together again, or have you guys feud?
He wanted us to feud. Uh-huh. But it was just to look at him.
You were that angry?
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Yeah. I was hot, bro. I was hot.
So he, just so I understand right, and I'm describing to the fans right, he no-showed an ECW show that you guys were booked on, worked an independent with Terry Funk out in California and introduced the New Gangsters?
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Yeah.
Did he ever explain why when you guys kind of spoke again?
He was like, Jack, I was going to tell you, I was going to bring you aboard.
He was going to bring you aboard?
I said, you were going to bring
like
me aboard?
Like he was carrying the team.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, bro, you got me fucked up.
Who owns the name?
Me.
He has no ownership to it?
I got the trademark to that name. I got the rights to that name. You know what I mean? I own it.
He has no rights to it whatsoever.
No.
Good. He doesn't deserve it.
All my shit is trademark.
Good.
Everything. My books, my action figures, my cards, my pictures, everything. I got the rights to everything.
Good. That's the way it should be. I mean, like you said, I mean, you could have fucking taken one of the, not for nothing, one of our fine folks in the control room and teamed up with them.
Yeah.
And the team would have been just as over. As long as you were doing your promos, your gimmicks. I can't think, and I don't know the man, I'm not trying to knock him, but when I think back to ECW history, I can't think of anything of interest or significance that he ever did.
We was in Boston. Is it Worcester?
Worcester.
Worcester. We was there. Paulie said, I want you to tag with somebody. I said, who? He says, I don't know.
Hell of an answer.
He said, but I want you to tag with somebody. I said, Paulie, are you going to pick? Or you want me to pick? He said, it's your tag team. Pick somebody. I saw Spike Dudley sweeping the ring. They just put the ring up and he was sweeping the mat. I said, that'd be an odd-ass tag team. I said, New Jack and Spike.
Feuding with the Dudleys.
Yeah. I said, Paulie, I want Spike. He said, are you fucking crazy? I said, no. I said, we'll be the underdogs. I want Spike. He was like, it'll never work. I said, let me hit the ring on the Dudleys, let them get up on me, and then let them hit Spike's music. Watch what happens. He did it. Paul, he came with me, he handed me $200.
Did he really? You got a little bonus?
Yeah. He was like, you was right. Again. And we took that act on the road, and it was over like a motherfucker.
Well, wrestling fans, unbelievable. We continue these great stories. We jumped a little bit ahead, but don't worry. We're going to go back to early 1996 after this brief timeout on Wrestling Insiders Extreme. While you enjoy the fine commercials we have on this show, if you have a second screen, head on over to the only newjack.com where you can get this autobiography and all your New Jack needs. Stand by.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s live wrestling and Fanfest celebration Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Mirade.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now.
Hi, wrestling fans. Welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Extreme. We hope you're having as much fun as we are. Maybe not as much fun as that pig down in Gainesville.
Oh, butt liquor.
Her tongue had a lot of fun with
Yes,
New
it
Jack.
did.
It was extreme, baby.
She caught me.
She what?
She caught me like this.
Fucking whore. A friend that just walked in. Wait a minute. This is the adult-themed version of Wrestling Insiders, but we're having fun anyway. Again, put the women and children to bed. This is not the one we're going to send off to WWE for our toy drive every year. Anyway, back to 1996. They opened up with, what the hell was it called? House Party 96. Your return And it was the farewell of grunge and Rocco Rock. The Public Enemy was jumping ship to WCW. Memories of that interesting night, one that I kind of take issue with.
Paulie told him not to go. Because they had called me Mustafa.
Really?
And I had heat with Kevin Nash.
Why?
I don't remember. I just remember him causing me to not get a spot earlier. They wanted to bring me in. Wait a minute, I might be wrong at the time. You remember when Master P came in?
Oh, yeah, that was 99, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Around that time?
Around that time. They said they wanted somebody to be with them that wrestled. Because didn't none of them know shit about wrestling.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? So, my name came up. And Kevin Nash was on the committee at the time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was booking.
And he said, New Jack's a problem. He said, if you bring him in, you're going to bring in a bunch of lawsuits.
Really?
And he said,
wow.
I don't agree on bringing him in. J.J. Dillon told me this. And they scratched it.
Did anyone from WCW reach out to you to see if you were available or interested?
Kevin Nash had some pull at the time.
Sure.
So once it got to him, that was it.
But before that, did anyone see if you were even interested in the spot or no?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
I can't sit here and say I do know because I don't. I don't remember.
Would you have been available? Did you have a contract with ECW at that point or no? Or
I never had a contract.
Never? So they were merchandising you with action figures and a video game and you didn't even have a contract with them?
I got a guarantee.
You could have left at any time?
Yeah.
Really? That's kind of dangerous, especially back then.
I know, but the deal was with Paulie, he was like, he didn't trust me because he was like, you will go off at any given fucking time and I just don't trust you sign the contract. I said,
he didn't want you to be under contract to him, basically?
No.
Really?
He didn't.
That's crazy.
And I didn't want to be under contract with him.
Why?
Because I was like, if this motherfucker can take control of me and have me sitting at home not making no goddamn money just because he feel like it, then he'll do it. And I refused to sign a contract.
Well, what if you had a contract that was guaranteed for X amount of dollars, though? That wouldn't have...
I didn't trust it.
Really? Just in that company or in general?
With Paulie?
Yeah, just with Paulie. With WCW, I'm sure you would have had to have signed one if you wound up going.
When they talked to Johnny Grunge and Teddy, I don't forget who it was I talked to. But they was taking a few people from ECW. And my name came up. And Paulie came to me. And see, like I said, I wasn't really all that bright on promoters stabbing each other in the goddamn back, you know what I mean? So I was just like, okay, dude, what the fuck ever. He was like, Jack, if you go down there, they're gonna embarrass you. You saw what they did to Public Enemy. And then when they sent them to WWF, you saw what they did. They beat
They got beatings.
They beat the, and I was like to myself, I was like, it ain't no motherfucking way I would let them motherfuckers beat me like that. I said, I be cutting.
I think there's a difference between, nothing against the two of them because I like them both a lot, but I think there's a difference between you and Grunge and Rocco Rock. I mean, John Layfield and Ron Simmons beat the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
And Bob Hawley beat the fuck out of them when he was doing that tag team gimmick with his Crash, his little cousin. I mean, violent beatings that anyone that has ever watched it could tell. There's something very different about this compared to the rest of the show. And what was it about them that got you? Did you ever? I don't know if you'd know, but what was it about them that was it just the? I know some in WWF had told me that they had attitude, maybe issues, or
they was one of the top tag teams in ECW.
Right.
Well, at the time, everybody had heat with anybody that was on top that came from ECW. So they used them as examples. And they beat the fuck out of them.
Beat the fuck out of them. You know what's funny? It didn't come up as we were talking 1995, but I thought it was rather degrading that WWF used them. I don't know if you'd even remember this, but they did Survivor Series 1995 in Washington, D.C., and they brought Public Enemy in for a dog match. I'm not sure if they were the champions at that point, but they put over the Smoking Guns in about 2.5 minutes as if they were nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of cringed at that when I had found out about it. They even before they came in under contract, they treated them like they were nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they was over in ECW.
Yeah.
And everybody hated. If you think back, everybody from ECW except for Bubba and Devon and Rob Van Dam got destroyed.
Yeah.
Sabu, but he still got his ass whooped.
His push wasn't for long.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Very short-lived.
But I was just like, I can't do it. I said, I can't do it. I said, when it comes to promos, I'd eat these motherfuckers' ass alive. I said, and as far as my presence in the ring, I know I can do better than that. I know I could.
Oh, then Public Enemy? Yeah. Yeah. But let me ask you this. The House Party 96, it was Public Enemy's farewell before they went to WCW. What I never understood was, why did you guys do the job and put them over on their last night? I think it should have been the other way around. They should have been putting someone else over to make them. Even if it wasn't you guys, even if it was a new up-and-coming team or something. You know what I mean? Why put them over in a state of glory on their last night when they were leaving the company?
Me and Mustafa put him over?
Yeah.
Me and Paulie had heat.
You were just coming back from a suspension.
And he was still mad at me. So I told Mustafa, this was right after Public Enemy because we started working with Bubba and Devon not too long after that. I told Mustafa, I said, I'm going to start doing something that they ain't going to remember who went over. I said, trust me. He said, Jack, tell me. I said, I said, well, you might go tell it. I said, but I'm going to start doing something and they ain't going to remember who the fuck went over. Trust me. I started diving. And after the match, whether we was up or down, they was chanting New Jack.
Didn't make a difference.
Paulie looked at me. He said, you just don't give up, do you?
He must have admired your persistence, if nothing else, right?
He was like, you just don't give up. I said, Paulie, when I was a kid, my mom used to come home from work and I would climb on top of the house. And as she drove up in the driveway, I would jump off the house in front of her car like this. Ah!
Like Spider-Man almost.
Yeah. And I said, that shit will make her beat the fuck out of me. And I said, it got over. I said, and since we've been doing this wrestling shit, you done made me go into my bag. I gotta bring out some shit that people gonna remember. And that's when I started fucking diving. I knew it was over when he came to me one night and he said, Jack, can you do me a favor? I said, what? He said, can you dive? I said, can you pay me?
You weren't doing it every night?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
Just about, but not every night. I said, can you pay me? He was like, sure. And my paycheck went out the window.
Without getting too personal, how much extra was the dive worth to you?
A lot.
You don't want to say?
No,
Okay.
it was a lot.
It was a lot, though?
It was a lot.
Well, if you attended one of the events, what would be one of the top things you'd go home thinking about? You know?
Yeah.
That's why. Did you ever really need Mustafa?
No.
I mean, if we keep going back to that point, but I don't want to beat a dead horse. But back to House Party 96, do you think it was wrong to have them go over on anybody their last night in?
No.
I think they should have jobbed. Make somebody.
But
They were over.
When they came back,
Nobody cared.
Paulie was like, I want y'all to work Public Enemy. He said, in 5 minutes, they putting y'all over. He said, it ain't shit else I can do with them.
They were buried.
Yeah.
Everywhere they went.
He said, they done went down there and got their ass beat to death. He said, it ain't shit else I can do with them.
And that was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they made good money when they left. Like I said, I know. Thank you, buddy. I knew a lot. Like I said, we did a lot with grunge when I worked for Tony Rumble when I was younger. But in ECW, it was a joke. Then they went to WWF, and it was a joke. I think they went back and forth 4 times. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm sure they made very healthy money, but what did it do for the longevity of their career? By 99, 2000,
they was done.
Where were they going to go?
They was done.
Nothing. They were done. All right, wrestling fans, unfortunately, I think he summed it up best because we just got the cue from the back. Unfortunately, we are done. Another episode of Wrestling Insiders Extreme has come and gone. It was great to have you with us again. Where can they get this great book? Where is it?
TheOnlyNewJack.com. Buy my shit.
Have you ever read the book Too Much Too Soon, the autobiography of WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas?
No.
Would you like to?
No.
Oh, I have a feeling before this series is all said and done, Tony might shed a tear or two. Between what you said about his artwork and... poor Tony. But we had a lot of fun, folks. We would love to know what you thought about the show tonight. If you're watching the premiere, to my right, we have the premiere chat box going. Leave us a message. If you're watching after the fact, leave a message in the comment section below. If you're watching the premiere, the super chat button is always open. Don't forget to tip the bartender. Him and I wouldn't mind a nice adult beverage after the show.
Yeah, after the show.
After the show, only. Exclusively. Also, the coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, but our eBay store is open 24/7. We have great wrestling collectibles of every era available for you. You help us keep the lights on. You help us keep the wrestling legends working. And if you really want to step up and beyond being a fan, beyond being a friend of the show, if you want to be part of the Boston Wrestling family, head on over to patreon.com. You get early ad-free access to all of these Wrestling Insider shows. You get access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions on the Howard Stern show, thanks to Sheiky Baby. You get some Patreon exclusives, and you help keep wrestling legends working. As Jack and I were discussing during one of the breaks, this studio is a great platform to help guys that can't get in the ring and wrestle, or have been killed due to coronavirus due to the lack of live events, earn an income and live. So patreon.com/BostonWrestling.com. It's less than a cup of coffee. For my partner in crime here on Wrestling Insiders Extreme, New Jack, I'm Dan Mirade. We'll see you next time. Good night.
Peace.
Wrestling fans, welcome to the conclusion of this marathon. I'm glad you tuned in, stayed with us, had a lot of fun today. Brought back a lot of memories. I'm in a lot of pain. As I mentioned, I'm having CRPS in my right leg. I have CRPS in my left thumb. I'm tired of CRPS because of some worthless drunk driver that decided to drink and hit the SUV I was in with the Iron Sheik and Commissioner Von Johnson many moons ago. That's a different story for a different time. For those of you that may have thought my little rant at the beginning of the marathon was a bit much about Just Incredible. I say, you know what? Just Incredible made his own bed. We invited him to be part of our fraternity, our family, whatever you want to call it. We paid the man in good faith in December, not once and not twice. And as a thank you, we blocked our text messages. Gave a bullshit response on Twitter. Oh, I've been trying to reach you. Still haven't heard from him since. Every day Just Incredible wakes up, he can look in the mirror and say, you know what? I choose to succeed today. Every morning when Just Incredible wakes up in the morning, he has the opportunity to say, you know what? Even if it's not the easiest thing, I'm going to do the right thing today. Not fuck people. I don't know about this situation with the books and the masks. Again, folks, we have nothing to do with it. But if you owe people books and masks that paid for them, send them the fucking books and masks. If people book you to come and do studio tapings to talk about your unique, interesting career and the industry that you know so well, like we saw in the great episodes you did tape with us, show up. Make up for it. Do the right fucking thing instead of doing nothing. This is someone that should be contributing at a major league level. And these antics are probably the reason why he isn't, which is disappointing. Because as I said, aside from my professional frustration, I think he's a good guy. I like the time we spent with him. Great at the live event we had November 13th. I'll put him over for that. The first time he was at the studio, he was great here. But again, since then, in December, we paid him not once, but 2 Sundays in a row. Trying to, again, the Cauliflower Alley Club, a brotherhood, a fraternity, where we try and look after each other and help each other out. And he just pisses on it and goes into hiding. What do you get by going into hiding? Have another promotion that doesn't want to use you? What do you get by not sending out books and masks? Have fans that don't want to buy your merchandise? What the fuck do you get out of that? I do not understand. He's old school. He was broken in by the Hearts. I respect his career. I respect the sacrifices he's made. But I do not respect him, again, pissing on me, pissing on my great crew, good people who I think the world of, and I do not appreciate him pissing on professional wrestling fans who would come to enjoy his talk show. So again, every morning he wakes up, he has the chance to do the right thing. New Jack did the right thing. He was here. And if New Jack was still with us, he'd still choose to do the right thing. Which is why I respect New Jack, and I miss New Jack, and I considered him a friend. From the wrestling appearance he had with us many moons ago in the in-studio session. To just wake up and choose to fuck people, for whatever the reason may be, I'm not going to speculate. Many fans have already done that. Just do the right thing. You have people extending their hand to you in goodwill to say, you know what? You might have fucked up. The door is still open. And I'll leave it at that. Wrestling fans, thank you so much for joining us again. Certainly, we hope you could like, share, and subscribe to everything that we do here on the YouTube. It goes a long way. The Patreon service gives you early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows 5 nights a week, full screen, ad-free. It's a great experience. 300 plus episodes in the archives. A complete studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusives, watch-alongs with some of the superstars, some outtakes from some of our programs. That when the Berzerker was here with us last week at this point, he did 3 different watch-alongs that are going to be coming to Patreon. So a lot of fun things coming your way. It starts for the cost of a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Come on, help keep wrestling legends working. I'm here 7 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day, ravaged in pain because of this ridiculous CRPS that I'm stuck living with. It's not a choice, like the Jakes and the Justins that choose to no-show. A drunk driver did this to me. Because I want you guys to have the best experience in wrestling. I believe at the end of the day, hard work will win. And we put a lot of hard work in these productions. We want to make you guys happy. We want you to feel like you're part of what we do. Not a fan of it, but part of the team. An extended part of the team, an extended part of the family. I've met so many great people doing this over the past 20 plus years. And you know, we have Chairman Neil Manolian, who's, like I said before on this show, I was in his swimming pool when I was 3 years old. I've known him in his, well, I went to preschool with his brother, which is how I knew him early on, but he's been my best friend for over 25 years. He's not a wrestling guy. He doesn't understand the nuances that go along with this. He thinks I'm crazy for tolerating it to any extent, but it is what it is. David Reese, calming presence. John Cena Sr., you know, he has opinions sometimes that can vary. He can be a very calming presence. Sometimes he has wild ideas that he thinks are great that for something that isn't coming out of his own pocket. But you know what? We love Johnny too. Every Friday night, he brings that fatherly figure to Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. But again, fans, for those of you that knew nothing about the Just Incredible story, now you know. For those of you that had an idea of what was going on, now you know the reality behind it. And again, the door is open to Justin, like it would be to New Jack if he was still here, and like it's going to be to other ECW alumni. But Justin's just going to piss away if he chooses not to come back, which I think is pretty sad. So at the end of the day, folks, we hope you see you live Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall, right down the street from this studio in Melrose, Massachusetts. We're going back to the 80s, baby. A man that just survived cancer surgery. Unlike Jake and Justin, Hacksaw Jim Duggan is going to be there live to meet and greet you because he loves wrestling fans. Axe and Smash Demolition, Tito Santana, Cowboy Bob Orton, the Berzerker, the Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis. Again, if you keep buying those VIP packages, there's a lot of 80s legends that we've spoken with that want to come in. John Cena Sr. and I will bring them to you, along with other special guests, in a hot night of professional wrestling to go along with that VIP exclusive Q&A, VIP exclusive 80s group photo, and the autograph photo fan fest that is open to every fan that attends. We want to give you great value for your time and money, again, because we love you and we appreciate you. With that said, folks, be happy, be healthy, be well. Good night from Boston. Phil DeCesare. There's only one man that can do it the way you do. Take us home.
Hi, this is Phil DeCesare. Thank you for enjoying tonight's Wrestling Insiders. Get early full-screen ad-free access to all our weeknight Wrestling Insider episodes while helping keep wrestling legends working by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can directly help us bring you more great historical wrestling content 7 days a week to enjoy for years to come.